thought it was nothing, we turned into something else. Now when I take a look around, this is just what I wanted. I thought that we were going down, I'm so glad that I fought it. 'Cause we're here now, baby, we were on and on and on and off again. But this time around I see it through a different lens. Now that we're standing in the sunlight, now that I'm looking into your eyes, it feels right. Yeah, we were always on and on and on and off again. This time I swear it's different. We've been through our seasons, but we're doing better now. These days I can't fight this feeling. I used to need therapy, but you gave me clarity. Now when I look around, this is just what I wanted. I just needed you to break me.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, you lovely folks joining me here nice and early over at Marvel Snap Zone. Welcome back for another one of our dedicated YouTube live streams today. Should be a good time. Looking forward to just jamming some games on the Marvel Snap ladder, showcasing some of these cool decks, playing some things that maybe we didn't showcase quite as well before, and just all round having a nice night, interacting with the community, doing all things Marvel Snap. Very much what these kind of streams are all about. So, as I say, going to be starting things off tonight with a small handful of the decks from our most recent tier list. If you missed the tier list, simple stuff. Video is out, article is out, all that wonderful jazz is available for you now. You can go check out the video on the YouTube channel. You can, of course, hop over to marvelsnapzone.com and go and find the tier list the hard way. Read the article, check it out in physical form if you prefer. But yeah, I obviously don't have all the decks on that list because sadly card acquisition is a thing that is a hot topic of discussion right now in Marvel Snap. But that's okay. We're going to play the lists that we have the ability to play thanks to the cards that I have over here on this account. And then we'll see what we can do for the rest of the evening if we fancy playing some other stuff, or if we are just, having a really good time, we'll stick to some of these decks and see how it goes. So, going to be starting things off tonight with one of the easier decks for it to be possible for people to have. Hey CJ, hopefully all is very well with you. So going to start things off with, I guess, one of the boogeymen. It's not the boogeyman, I guess, but one of the kind of known entities this evening so far. But most importantly, going to be starting with 0 Series 4 and 0 Series 5 cards. That's the important thing, I think, at the moment. I'm going to be moving on to some decks later on that contain some Series 4 and Series 5 cards. It's kind of hard to avoid when you're playing decks from the tier list, but this one does not. This contains just the Battle Pass card for this season in the form of Silver Surfer, and this, of course, a deck that we had a good time with once Surfer was released. The cap gives me +4 charisma. Bullseye. You love to see it. Hey, Murdoch, good to see you. Jal, thank you for the brand new subscription, my friend. I appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Welcome on in. Good to see everybody tonight. So yeah, if you're not familiar with this one, I'll walk you through it. It is on our tier list this week as one of those decks you should be paying attention to. Sarah Surfer, kind of a known archetype, or, in the way of Sarah Miracle, in a way. They kind of got a new boost, a new rejuvenation, courtesy of the Battle Pass card. So if you're somehow not familiar with our brand new Battle Pass card, here he is, Silver Surfer. 3 cost cards, 0 power. On reveal, will give your other 3 cost cards +3 power. Really good stuff, very solid stuff this time around. So how are we looking to abuse that? Well, we've got things like Brood. Brood, of course, a card here that creates more 3-cost bodies when you play it, and that, for that reason, will help you buff up all of your stuff that's created by this Brood with the Silver Surfer, which is definitely a fantastic play pattern. We've got plenty of other powerful 3-cost cards in this deck that you would expect to see. Some of my favourites that I'm going to draw attention to here are things like Polaris and Juggernaut. They're going to help us be able to control where our opponent wants to play, where they want things to go, while adding stats to locations that we pull them into to fill up later on with a buff from a Silver Surfer. Really, really strong stuff in my opinion. Some really good anti-hate cards as well here. Cosmo, of course, 3 costs, very, very strong in that regard. My favourite, however, in the list that that we published this week is Goose. Goose is a fantastic way of making sure you can lock up a location with the stats you gain from Silver Surfer. Make sure your opponent can't play anything bigger to that location to make sure that you are ahead and in charge where it matters. I just got to make sure you don't play it where you intend on playing Serra, as it is the only card in the deck you cannot play alongside Goose. Speaking of Serra, it is of course one of the big powerful end games of this deck. Lets you play multiple 3-cost cards on the final turn of the game instead of just 2, which means you can of course burst way more damage with Silver Surfer than you might be able to otherwise. It does all kinds of wonderful good stuff overall. Maximus in here, Storm in here, it's other very powerful 3-cost cards with well-known effects, and this is where we're going to be starting tonight. But just before we do, I'll crack on through some of the questions coming through in chat. Good afternoon from the US, good afternoon David, hopefully you're doing very well. In the negative Surfer deck, how would you build it without Bast? That's a really good question, unfortunately. A few people have asked that kind of question. Brand new sub coming in from Chacho, thank you very much, appreciate you. It's a weird one, really. We know you can't play Bast and Warlock. We've been messing around with Bishop in that slot instead, as a card you're happy to play. But we think for the most part you want to just trend more towards stereotypical Serra negative in those spots where you don't have Bast. You definitely don't. I don't think you can play Adam Warlock. So it's a tough one. We're kind of suggesting Bishop and other like low cost 3-power cards. It's a bit of a toughie. I wish I could give you a more concrete answer. Joe, only 766, got your first pull 4 card tonight. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, let's hop on over to the in-game screen. Let's get ourselves cracking with our first handful of games tonight with Serra Surfer. Let's go take a look at how this one plays out. No Rogue in this deck. Not currently. Rogue is definitely one of the cards you could make space for, but I think Rogue finds itself a better home in the negative versions of this deck, where it having low power is a super relevant thing. It having low power in this deck is sometimes a bit of a liability sometimes, because you really need your 3-cost bodies to provide you with enough stats to be able to win a game post-Surfer buff like by themselves, because you don't have time to play much else. Halfway through Pool 3, seems like the Token Shock has rotated through all Series 4 and 5 before all of Series 3. Warren, I know the devs have basically come out and said, hey look, we know we have an issue with the Token Shop, it's not rotating the way we expect it to. Do I know any details about that or how it works exactly? I'm afraid not. I don't know whether stuff is supposed to appear more often than other stuff. This is a really good start for us, by the way. Easy Brood. I'm actually going to snap here. I don't mind giving my opponent a copy of... I guess I can avoid doing that. They snap back. Okay, so this is really solid stuff. We have Killmonger for our Nova. We have our Surfer. Let's do the thing. So yeah, I'm afraid if that is true, I cannot confirm or deny it, but I have heard similar stories. Is Destroyer slowly going to fall out of the meta eventually? I don't think so. I think the problem with Destroyer is it will likely become more of a 1-cube, 2-cube kind of deck. I think what you're doing is still very powerful, but at the end of the day, the play plans are quite like linear with Destroyer. So once people know what's happening, they can just do the math, right? And it's like, well, okay, you can just... this is how much stats you'll get from Spectrum, this is how many stats you'll get from Destroyer, can I beat those things? And it's really that simple at that point. Replacement for Goose. Yeah, I think Goose is pretty easy to replace in this deck. I think it's a good tool. I think it's a very, very good tool for this deck, but you don't need it. You could definitely play something like Mojo or even like Sentinel in a pinch. You just want a good 2-cost card that puts stats on the board early or has a relevant effect, or is going to help you fill your curve in on turn 5 when you don't draw Serra. So Sentinel does a good job at that, which is why I would probably recommend that. Okay, so we have some options here for sure. I would like to extend a little bit further before I Killmonger, I think. So we are going to Storm here. Replacement for Maximus. A little bit harder, unfortunately, because Maximus's stats in this list are super, super relevant. Just as a really big, fat body. Oh dear, Doc Ock is not good for us here. Please avoid the Surfer. That's not how we wanted that to go down. This could be kind of tough now. Let's see. Drawing a rock is definitely not what I had in mind. Oh, I have an Electro in play. That's even worse. Alright, well, let's see if we can steal this one out from the flooded area. I'm not entirely sure we can, unfortunately. I think in terms of replacing stuff for Maximus, you can look to use any of the other reasonably costed 3-cost cards. Things like Bishop are probably acceptable, but you really just do want stats. Stats is kind of the name of the game. I don't think we're beating a Black Panther off that Jubilee. Jeez, what an... What an absolutely back-breaking Doc Ock. Think we're just accepting our sad 4-cube loss. Feels bad. Yeah, Electro into Machine World into Doc Ock is some huge brain shenanigans from our opponent. And it definitely put a spanner in the works of our Serra deck there. Can't deny that. You have Mystique. A Patriot deck still good. They certainly are. Patriot, I think, is tier 2 this week, if I recall correctly. I would have to double check, but I'm fairly sure. The deck is still performing pretty reasonably well. Again, it's another one of those decks that unfortunately didn't really get any new toys, so people have kind of left it behind while they figure out new stuff. But like, it's still consistent, it's still doing a powerful thing. The problem, again, very much like Destroyer, is that the game plan is fairly linear, so people have kind of figured out how many stats you can present, know what math they have to do, and you don't get quite as many cubes off of it as you maybe once did. Alright, so hopefully we can get ourselves not getting cripplingly serred this time around. I'm happy to set Goose up in the middle here. Yeah, the token shop has not been rotated for you. You keep getting the same Series 4 and 5 card. Yeah, I've heard some things to this effect, that people are seeing the same stuff and not seeing everything like they should be. Again, as to details as to exactly how that is working or happening or why, I sadly just don't know. I wish I could be of more assistance in that regard, but I just don't know. Gonna go Storm into Brood here is the plan. Maybe even Storm into Juggernaut if we draw it. I have quite the I quite like the version of this deck with Ironheart and Wong. Yeah, there are definitely some different ways of doing this deck, and like different ways to do cool things with it, and that is one of them. Okay, well, looks like we're going to be picking a fight over Lumeria by the looks of it. Both players kind of flooding out a location for themselves. Opponent being able to play to both locations, however. Only 1k collection level? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of not what you want to be seeing, right? Did the Patriot Surfer deck show up at all? Not yet, unfortunately. It definitely could do. It's one of those things that is, like, in theory, powerful enough. Kind of look forward to seeing whether or not it is in actuality. We will have to wait and see. Alright, I think I'm fine to... I probably can't forge here, can I? Because I need the space. Thanks to 2 flooded locations. Alright, I guess we are just going to be going Maximus with the intention of going Killmonger Surfer on the final turn of the game. You still early pull 3 and have not had pull 3 token shop issues. Have also gained 900 tokens so far from caches. Well, we take those, I guess. My cache situation has been a bit weird. Like, I've literally not had a new card since day 0 of the patch. So, I bought 2 pull 5 cards immediately. I bought Thanos and Bast as soon as they were in my shop, because I knew they were going to be kind of hard for me to get, and I wanted to make content with them. And then I cracked open She-Hulk on the same day, and since then I have not managed to get to a new card yet. Valkyrie is pinned in my shop, but I have not got there yet, unfortunately. Opponent agrees they are done there, and would like to move on. You only ask if you've been running into this Surfer Patriot list multiple times. Yeah, I've seen it in passing once or twice, but I don't think we've got any substantial data on it or anything like that at this moment in time. I agree that I haven't really heard any buzz about it either, which is probably why it's flying under the radar a bit if it is reasonable. It's kind of the thing I expect to see people playing with moving forward, and if it is good, we'll quickly find out. Alright, let's just stop our opponent playing 4, 5s, and 6s in 2 different places, I suppose. You're playing the same deck as me, thanks to my video. Thank you very much. You're not playing right now to watch me pilot it, so you're only missing Maximus. Yeah, okay. Swordmaster's like an okay suggestion in space of not having access to Maximus. I can believe that, but thank you for the kind words. Hopefully you are enjoying the deck as well. It seemed like a pretty reasonable place to start tonight. I was trying to not start on a Series 4, Series 5 deck if I could help it. Okay, so Bast for the opponent. This is really quite an awkward set of locations. I would like to, in an ideal world, get Storming. It is pretty difficult to get collector tokens. I really do wish I had a handful more. There's so much stuff that I want to, like, show and play with you guys, but I just don't have the ability, unfortunately. Playing with the Rogue on Goose. Changes very little, I guess, but fair enough. So I could Juggernaut here, but I'm actually a little scared if I do that I'll knock something into Sanctum Sanctorium, which is actively kind of bad for me. I think I would prefer to just Maximus. Should be pretty hard for my opponent to get super large amounts of value out of everything in their hand. They have their own brood. This could be kind of bad. Have the devs mentioned how will affect cards moving down? No, they have not to my knowledge. Alright, let's try and drag something out of... I mean, we're not dragging anything out, they're all threes, what am I talking about? We'll just play stats, and then we'll look to do... So opponent reveals first here, which is very unfortunate. Hey Jiva, thank you very much, I appreciate you, that really means a lot. How do we do this? I guess we're definitely not snapping, but I guess it is just Killmonger Surfer. Discard has so many threes. Could Discard Surfer work? Yeah, I've seen all kinds of styles of Lockjaw Surfer, 100%. There is, yeah, we were probably not winning this game, I don't think, and I probably should have just left, even regardless of snap. Was trying to catch up with chat and kind of got a bit distracted. Do I feel that time getting cards is, that hard is a bad thing for the game? I'm truly not sure, Vlad. I really don't know. I think not being able to have everything in one go is kind of nice. It makes for a refreshing change from every other TCG. It helps keep things fresh. But I do think card acquisition right now is a problem, especially when we're trying to make content about, you know, all the new shiny stuff. And the comment we keep getting, of course, is like, I don't have any of it. I don't care. And it's like, I understand, but like, I also can't neglect people that do have it. And it's a bit of a roller coaster. The game is really increasing difficulty with the Collector's Shop offering Series 4 and 5 cards. Makes it tricky to keep track of what's out there. Certainly can do, for sure. No balls, 121 people watching, only 3 likes. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Guys, in a similar vein, if you can do me one small favour, I would very much appreciate it. If you want this stream to reach more people, you want to help this content get bigger and more supported all round, all I ask of you is one small thing. Just like the stream for me. It doesn't cost you a penny. Just go ahead and click that thumb. You'll help me reach more people's recommendation feeds. And we can get more people in here talking about Snap, which would be lovely. Thanos Lockjaw Surfer. Yeah, we briefly alluded to Lockjaw Thanos. I think it's a deck that's still very much a work in progress for a number of people. And hopefully it continues to improve. Will Ghost Rider back the Morbius? Sure. So we're trying to turn off Hela being playable anywhere here by storming out the right. And we are just looking to go Forge into Brood, and we would very much like to draw our Surfer. Joe, hit the like button to start. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. It really does help. People don't understand necessarily, like, but talking in chat and, like, pressing the like button, they really, really help the algorithm. It goes a very long way. Ah, I screwed myself on the Surfer. Thankfully, it doesn't matter. Opponent can't play their Hela, and they would like to get Hela out of here. So we're all Gucci. I do always find snapping with this deck a bit hard. Like, maybe that's just me, but I always kind of have. Is there a new bundle for 6,000? I know there's more bundles on the way, but we have a new card releasing tomorrow. Personally started 1 week after global launch, bought 2 passes, but at this point you are 1100 with 50 pull 3 cards missing. Vlad, I feel the pain, honestly, I do. In a different way, obviously I had to play for months to get my pull 3 stuff. But now it's like, yeah, look, I want to make content for people. People want to see cool stuff they don't have and like figure out what cards they're supposed to pin in their token shops. And I just can't play half the decks. Like, I want to show off some of the Galactus stuff and all this kind of cool shenanigans, but I just can't because I don't have it. It's a real shame. Okay, I don't think we have to run away to this snap here. We are a little behind, but I think we're mostly okay. Your version is basically all 3s and Moon Girl, Dino, Thanos, Infinite, no need for 1 or 2 drops because of the stones. Yeah, for sure. Opponent will wave. Started a week before Thanksgiving. Yeah, Sarah's a fantastic one for this deck, Midget, for sure. Well, speaking of Sarah, we're going to get it on the table a turn early, courtesy of our opponent's wave. But I am a little scared about this Galactus! Okay, can we beat Galactus? I don't know if we can. Our deck really isn't built to offer enough stats to get through this. So I guess... Well, we're free to stick around this turn, but boy, God, are we in trouble. Yeah. We are getting... we're getting out of dodge. We got Galactus, and we are not winning that game. Variations on this, Acquia over Forge. I think Forge ends up being a bit better most of the time, but that's just my opinion. You definitely want Serra, in my opinion, if you've got it. I think the card is very, very good. Opinions on snapping. You play out turn 6 with 2 cubes a lot. Is that unwise? No, I think that's mostly fine. Like, I think realistically, if you probably shouldn't be snapping on many turn 6s when your opponent hasn't already snapped. Seems fair. Can you substitute Polaris with something else? You probably can, yeah. I think it's an important part of this version alongside Juggernaut, but you don't have to play those location denial 3-cost cards. The beauty of these Surfer decks right now is no one really knows which 3-drops are 100% correct, so you could definitely try some other 3-cost cards and see what sticks. Token gaining is also very, very slow. Yeah, I think I mostly agree with that. Hulk Smash coming in. Mandud, thank you very much for the brand new subscription, my friend. I appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Right, let us go for ye old Storm here. I think I'd rather Storm X Mansion, actually. Yeah, I would... I've had Valkyrie pinned for what feels like forever now, because it's a card that I want, but I just haven't got to yet. We find the Surfer. Okay, that means we're probably following this up with Brood. And looking to play Serra. So we're going to snap here. Feels like we're doing the thing we're set up to do here. We get to Serra on 5 into many, many 3-drops on turn 6. Opponent snaps back. Going to be discoing for all of the goodies. Yeah, I think Brood is definitely the one that I think is, like, kind of non-negotiable, realistically, for most of the Surfer decks. I think there's probably even a few that don't require Brood, but very, very few. I think for the most part, you're definitely looking to be... a Brood deck. Hulk Smash indeed back there as a notification sound. It is one of the ones that comes up at random. Okay, Serra into many, many 3-drops is the plan. Obviously, we will be playing the Surfer. The question is, which other 3-drops are we playing? Thankfully, Juggernaut might let us guarantee a win in Hell's Kitchen if we're very lucky. See what our opponent's play is here. It is Wave. Okay, so we're going to be locked down to 2 3-drops instead. But I think that is going to be good enough, because we can just... So if we Juggernaut Surfer, we run the risk of knocking Death mid. But we may have to do that. Yeah, I think we have to do that. Let's take the risk. Hey Jim, do I know why the Steam client won't work with a VPN running? No, I have no idea why that would be the case. Sorry that I can't be of more assistance. Well, we don't have to worry about punching the Death, but we might still punch the She-Hulk into the wrong spot. Come on. That did not go as planned. Oof. Okay. Ouch. The old Aero She-Hulk Death is pretty hard to handle on turn 6 without access to a leader. Is there a reason why no one plays Wave into Serra on turn 4? Most of the time, Wave just does more cheaty things. Like, both of those cards are very strong because they let you play stuff earlier than you should. So using a card that lets you play things earlier than you should to allow you to play more things earlier than you should doesn't tend to kind of work out the way that you intend on it doing. Indeed, Maximus is very, very strong with Surfer, especially when you get to combo it with Cosmo. Gives you quite a lot of stats. Okay, pretty happy to Goose here, actually, in Miniaturized Lab while we have the chance. I did indeed escalate quickly. Goes to show you exactly what the Death Wave deck is capable of doing. And we have a chance with Juggernaut there, but sadly we lost the variant to get it into the same spot. Been racking up 8 cube wins with the Sandman ongoing Kazoo deck. Thank you very much, Blackstar. Glad you're enjoying it. Let us just look to Juggernaut here, I think. Shovel our opponent's thing back into the middle instead of being on the throne room. They will choose to wave, so we will get to play a nice cheap Serra somewhat hilariously based on the previous conversation. I think this is probably just going in the middle. A Fortune Goose useful in this deck? We'll just say, yes, I think so. Speaking of waving the Serras, 2 of us doing it. Look at that. Yeah, I think so. I think Forge is definitely kind of very much mostly for Brood. It's definitely doing like an Okoye impression, but a little more powerful sometimes. Goose, I think, is actively good in this deck because it helps you lock off locations by putting 3 drops behind it. So I am, in general, a pretty big fan of it. Okay, we just go Polaris Cosmo here, I think. That's the plan. Sandman Kazoo, so basically you get yourself ahead on board enough that you, and then play your Sandman, that your opponent can't possibly catch back up, because you already have so many stats in play. I think we're good here. I am going to risk snapping. Let's disco. Maximus. Killmonger. Surfer.
To run on some form of electricity.
Brand new sub coming in, Sentence. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Appreciate you. Wave is a 3 coster. Yes, it is. So this is the thing. Like, wave into Serra kind of only gets you Serra down on turn 4, which sometimes can be really good. Like, you saw it happen twice in this game, obviously. We got snapped back. Let's see if we're in serious trouble again. But yeah, I think for the most part, when you wave, you would rather be doing something more fundamentally unfair with it. Like putting something that costs 6 into play immediately, or doing these silly things with death and all that kind of shenanigans. Also hope Sarah appears in the coin shop. She is indeed a sweet one. Also, when you go to the deck site on mobile, you have issues with it sort of resetting when you're trying to select cards. Interesting, WK. Thank you for the heads up. Thankfully, we're all fine and dandy for our 8 cubes back here, which makes a nice quick remedy for how badly that last game went. I'm not sure what will be causing that. Might be a caching issue. I appreciate the feedback. We'll try our best to look into that and see if it's something we can't solve. Try and make sure I mute myself when I sneeze. Oh, Karlov, that is not ideal, my friend. We have all been there. So with Elysium in play, I'm actually going to hold on to this Forge for a hot second here. I would rather apply it to something that is not just raw stats, is a little bit better than raw stats. I am going to Storm, however, on turn 2, and probably just stick the Maximus behind it if I have nothing else going on. Do I like Negative Surfer? I do, yeah. I will probably play a bit of Negative Surfer at some point tonight. It obviously featured quite prominently on the tier list as well, and it is a deck that I have access to playing. I think, honestly, for me at the moment, Bast is just a very, very strong card. Opponent just auto-snaps. Wow. So I'm going to Goose Maximus and see where we land. Opponent shoves the Brood into flooding. It is a pretty good thing to do. But yeah, I think Negative Surf is pretty good. Almost time to check the token shop. Not for me. I still have Valkyrie pinned. No chance for me to check just yet. Okay, at this point, I think we are just kind of blowing our load, because we have other cards we want to draw. So I'm just going to Forge... No, other way around. We're going to go Nova, Forge, Killmonger. Get some stats on some stuff. Wave works a lot better in a Serra deck when paired with Wong and Mystique on turn 5. That can certainly let you do some shenanigans, but yeah, you end up needing quite a lot of cards to make that work, which, you know, all those cards are just kind of fundamentally good by themselves. Opponent with the Serra, looks like we have our mirror match underway. We find Cosmo. So I'm actually going to stick this Cosmo... Okay, so this is me gambling that my opponent's going to hold their Surfer until next turn. So what I'm going to do is Cosmo in Elysium, Surfer in the Vault, and hope that I turn off my opponent's Surfer. We get Juggernauted, which I think I'm okay with. Okay, so they can't Surfer, so as long as we can win Elysium, I think we're okay. Well, this doesn't trigger, but it is good enough. I'm not snapping back, I'm definitely not 100% here. But I think we've turned our opponent's Surfer off successfully. No, okay, there's just still piles of stuff. Good lord, how... Oh. Thank God I didn't snap back, I suppose. I thought we were in pretty good shape there, honestly, after Cosmo locking down our opponent's lane, but just Ironheart, Wolfsbane, piles of stats. Sheesh. We had a bit of a up and down merry-go-round so far. And you got She-Hulk in the token shop? Oh, sadly you're nowhere close to her just yet. Hopefully, hopefully you can pick her up if you want to. Flipping Maximus into play is definitely not what we intended to do. How many writers are on the site? So we kind of only have 2 or 3 that are writing all the time and are constantly putting out content. And then we have a lot of guest stuff. So we have people submitting articles, doing one-time deals, multiple-time deals, that kind of stuff. But like the whole team behind Snapzone is not very big. We are quite a small team fundamentally. What deck am I most excited to try Valkyrie in? We've actually had some... there's a tier 4 deck on the tier list this week called Valkyrie Control, which somebody's been working on. I'm actually super excited to try out when I get the chance. But unfortunately, I've not had the ability to do that just yet. Alright, let's make ourselves a chonky brood, courtesy of this forge. Agent Coulson. Ugh. Not what we were hoping for. It wouldn't surprise me, based on a lot of the feedback if we end up seeing the token shop kind of evolving a little bit. I can definitely see it being like a selection of cards. Seems like the kind of thing that's seeming ever more likely. I don't really want to play into Hela just yet. So we are going to... I think I'm fine as firing off this Killmonger here. I said Blob is a card that I want to see. I do. What ability would you like to see on Blob or just in general? So, Blob to me is a flavor situation. It's very much like a tough, like a hard-hitting, hard-to-get-through type of individual. So, like, it feels to me like opponent's just out of here. That's fine by me. I could definitely see it being like a case of like it's like hard to like can't be moved. Can't be moved makes a lot of sense on the Blob, I think. Maybe you could just be something along the lines of like, you know, cards can't be moved as an ongoing effect or something like that. It seems very flavorful. Is the podcast host a member of the Snapzone team? No, they work with us. We basically have an agreement with them. So we pay them per episode and they host the podcast on our site. But that's basically their deal with Snapzone. They aren't like they kind of are part of the Snapzone team, but also they don't work on the website or anything, if that makes sense. Brand new sub coming in. Thank you very much, Strat. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel, my friend. We are probably going to be firing off this forge, I think. Yeah, I think you could do some flavorful can't be moved stuff with Blob. That'd be pretty cool. Still takes a couple hundred CLTS. It certainly does, yeah. If you pin a card in the shop and you get it while you're leveling, is it still pinned? No, I believe it will unpin. You can open it while you have it pinned, and if you do, it just won't be there anymore. That is my understanding of that situation. I will Polaris my opponent's Sentinel away, I think. Ugh, that Green Goblin's pretty gnarly, actually. Do I think Mr. Negative needs a nerf? Probably not. I think the card is about right now. It shouldn't ever give you stats when you play it, and sometimes your good like negative targets are already in hand by the time that you draw him at this point, and it makes it a much more reasonable card. I personally think it's just fine. How do we want to do this? Think we just fire off the Cosmo here? What's the deal with the Null card release? Will it be a pay to get at the store or available from level up boxes? I believe it is currently only available from collector's caches, to my current knowledge. I believe it just enters Series 5 and is available all the ways. You can find a Series 5 card. That is my understanding of it, but don't quote me on that. What do we want to do here? We really need some help, to be honest. That's what we need. I guess we are very much looking for the Surfer here as the big hit to try and make this Green Goblin a bit more palatable. Opponent looks like they've got the Moon Girl Dino start, which means there is going to be chunks of dinosaurs in our future, I think, and we are likely up creek without a paddle. We'll play the Sarah, but if our opponent snaps, I'm probably out of here. Hand has not really come together. Dino number 1, please. Yeah, this is going to be a toughie, I think, to have enough stats to win this one. Killmonger, not going to help. We are just going to get out of dodge, unfortunately. Rough start for this deck so far today. See if we can't turn that around a little bit in the next small handful of games. Heard a couple of people complaining about negative, but you also think it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I do too. Like, people are allowed to complain about whatever they find problematic. I think some of those concerns are like more widespread than others. But everyone's always going to have cards they dislike, cards they think are too good, cards that create play patterns they don't enjoy. You know, there's always going to be contention in the community. So kind of something we try and make clear on the tier list is like, matchmaking is still regional. So like, when we have to go off of the data we have and like our own experiences, sometimes it's just going to be a very different experience than the one that you have, because you know, I'm over here in the UK. Hey, Checkers. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. WK, I am basically not involved with basically anything back-end, to be honest. I do some article editing from time to time. I'll do some, like, UI, UX stuff, so, like, user management stuff, and, like, you know, basically user experience stuff, and stuff like that. But most of the technical side of things is done by the owner of the site, whose name is Terrence. He does most of the work on the back end, from what I understand. We're going to storm out Death's Domain here. See if we can't steal it. Leader is the most hated. I think it is for a number of people, yeah. Thank you for the response. I work for Marvel Snap. I don't work for Marvel Snap. I work for Marvel Snap Zone. So I work for the Snap Zone website in general. I am the kind of community manager, content manager, whatever you want to call it. Good mix of stuff that I do. Do we just pull Domino over? Probably. So yeah, but I do work for Marvel Snap Zone. That is part of my job. I do other things too. I work for the company that owns Marvel Snap Zone, so there's other stuff I do too. But you know, good to see you, Checkers. I'm glad you're well, friend. It's always reassuring. Okay, very much hoping to not pull the Surfer here. Opponent with their own Sarah. Grand Central, please leave the Surfer in my hand. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. The only nerf you'd like is for Iceman to stop always targeting Sarah. I know it feels like it, but I promise you it's not programmed to do that. Like, I do think Iceman is very good, but I also don't think it's worth a nerf by any stretch of the imagination. Opponent discards their Surfer. Bullseye. Bunnies, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Alright, we are going to go Cosmo, Maximus Surfer, and I think this should be good when we know that our opponent doesn't have a Surfer. Opponent agrees, and they would like to not disco with us. Definitely seeing a good chunk of Surfer mirrors to start off tonight, and that's definitely a surefire way to lose some cubes if you're not careful. Thank you all you folks that are hanging out, by the way. I appreciate you. Pleasure to have you in here chilling with us tonight. Hopefully you are having a lovely time. If I can do anything for you, do let me know. We are pretty fine to shove Nova in the vault. Doesn't normally matter too much where Nova goes in this deck. The other thing is it's programmed for the Raft to always give the Infernaut on turn 5. That one sucks. That happens to me plenty. Whoever made the leech deck we showed off needs to sit in the... I love that deck. I will be playing some... Goose into Sinister London seems pretty hot, by the way. I will be playing some Ramp a bit later tonight, I think, because I love that deck. And yeah, people caught on real fast. People caught on to the fact that Leech is really good right now against a good number of decks. And that's kind of nuts. Mimichu, sadly not. Still got Valkyrie pinned. I think I'm just under 5k tokens now, so I'm about 1,000 tokens away. Maybe a little bit more than that. So I kind of want to make 2 Surfers in the end game, so I'm going to try to keep some space here for a Surfer. Well, most importantly, not play the Cosmo here. That being said, I might just play Cosmo over into the vault instead. Both of the other 2 locations are covered by a Goose, so I think this makes the most sense. Opponent with the Monsieur Fantastique. We find Juggernaut, sure. Alright, well let's pull this Agent 13 over to the right, shall we? Hey Roseanne, finally you've seen 3 Series 5 cards, almost all Series 3 cards and 2 Ultimate skins. Sarah just popped up in your shop, very nice! Hopefully you have the tokens to get it. Leech single-handedly beats the deck I like playing right now. It is really solid, yeah. What about variants with alternate abilities? Lots of characters have several powers, so I think this could be neat. I think that starts getting very confusing at a point. I understand the want to have the card do all kinds of cool different stuff, like that's always very exciting. But I think at a point it gets... Am I just Maximusing? I might just be Killmongering, actually. No, this is probably fine on the final turn of the game. Let's just Maximus here. I think it gets pretty confusing if we're not careful about that kind of stuff. Who would I swap if I wanted to try Absorbing Man in this deck? It probably can't be a 3-cost card, so there's not a lot of options beyond that. Like maybe Goose? Seems a bit of an awkward fit. And we get to just Killmonger Surfer. Oh wait, hang on. The Surfer is not making a second Surfer here because of... well, it is, but Cosmo stops that from happening. That is probably still fine. You want to try Ultron Zoo, but you don't have Patriot. I'm afraid at that point you're probably just better off playing Kazoo more than the Ultron deck. Opponent agrees they are toast, which we will take. You're all good. I caught myself a little bit too late that I couldn't double Surfer because of my own Cosmo. The Maximus went the wrong way. Yellow Digital Titan, how are you, my friend? Hopefully all is well with you. I think, yeah, Patriot unfortunately a bit too required for the Ultron style decks. She-Hulk in your shop. I like She-Hulk a lot. I'm still working on the Moon Hulk Girl, like the Moon Girl Hulk deck that we talked about on stream. Or I want to say Friday maybe. I can't remember the exact date at this point. Because it's a pet project of mine. Still kind of working away on that. Because I enjoy the play patterns. I think it's a lot of fun. A right would open up because Ninja dies to kill. That's true, actually. Yeah, the Ninja would die. So theoretically, maybe we do get double Surfer. If we get a little lucky and it flips the right way. Rescue in the shop. I'm definitely snapping here, I think. We have kind of got the gasoline. Let's put a pile of stats into Hala. Opponent just gets out of dodge. Goodbye. Yeah, definitely could have still double surfed if we had ran okay. Why Forge instead of Ironheart? So I'm really kind of big on having 2-cost cards in this deck to fill out your curve when you don't draw Serra. That's most of the reason why. It's also just really good as a 2 into a 3 with Brood. I think Second Dinner already answered that. It will mostly stay the way Spider-Man and Miles Morales works. If different individuals took the same identity, then maybe they... Okay, that makes sense. I can definitely get behind that. Is this better than Bass Negative Surfer? I think they're different decks. I actually think Bass Negative and Serra Surfer are better off as 2 separate archetypes than smashed together. That's my current opinion on it anyway. I'm fine to slam the Cosmo here. Pulled Mystique yesterday. I had Serra at the beginning of pull 3 boxes. Are there showcase videos of decks with them? I don't have Negative, but I want to build Serra Miracle. So we definitely played a fair number of decks with both of those in our streams in the past. In terms of showcase videos, I don't think there's anything that comes to mind exactly that's super based on Mystique or Serra that doesn't involve Negative as well, unfortunately. So you're probably best off looking at some of the lists we have on the tier list. And kind of taking inspiration from there would be my best suggestion. I think I'm going to storm out Lekuguela here, actually. Opponent goes mid with Angela plus a Nova. Okay. So, opponent snaps. Interesting. I think I'm just going to Forge plus Goose over here. Build some stats. How dramatic a changes to cards do you think we would ever see, and are there any cards you would dramatically change? I don't think we're ever going to see complete reworks if they can help it. That kind of stuff is usually pretty heavily frowned upon. I think you're way more likely to see balance changes than you are like complete and utter reworks. That's just my opinion on it anyway. I do like Black Bolt, but I think Black Bolt can maybe just be reworked to actually be good. We actually played him in the ramp deck on Friday, and he was pretty reasonable there, which was quite nice. We do redraw the Surfer, so what does this look like? We don't get to jug effect this way, but we do get to do this, and this should be good. Navy Cherub, thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Enjoy your new sub badge and your emotes, my friend. Thank you for the support. It means a lot. Opponent's Killmonger hits before ours, which is actually a little bit unfortunate. We were really hoping to have some of those stats. Surfer is a beast, I agree. I agree. Thankfully, we're alright here. Very nice. That one was razor thin. 17 to 18 mid after the Nova popped off early. There you go. Picking ourselves up 4 cubes for our trouble. How important is Goose in this deck? I don't think you need it. I think Goose is very replaceable. It's maybe not even good. But I think at the moment, it's very, very strong at guaranteeing you a location by being able to set itself up, play some 3s behind it, and make sure your opponent can't play big 6s to that location. It's also really good at shutting off Leader alongside Storm, which is a combination I'm a really big fan of in this deck too. Goodbye, Maximus. And goodbye, my opponent's Wong. I will take that exchange. That seems fair and enjoyable. Down comes Goose. We find Polaris. We're revealing first. I'm actually going to hold on to this for just a second. But I am going to try and set up Storm. Oh, no. Oh, okay, I need to storm out. I need to storm out the Bifrost. I need to storm out Bifrost or Fisk Tower kills my Goose. And we absolutely do not want to do that. What do I think about Bishop? I think Bishop, on average, is worse than most other 3-drops you can play in this archetype, just because it's so small in terms of initial stats. You missed the end of that ramp deck. You have your own version due to not having cards, but you'd love to see Black Bolt played anyway. No problem at all. Yeah, go check out the games at the end of the last stream when you get a bit of free time. Black Bolt was actually surprisingly reasonable in that deck. We had a pretty good time. Hey P-Rogue, welcome, welcome. Glad you're enjoying the show tonight. Welcome on in. We will likely just fire off Polaris here for stat reasons. You've been crushing it with a slightly different version of this deck. You really like Okoye over Forge and Captain America over Polaris. I can definitely see both of those things. I'm not sold on them by any stretch, but I can see it. But they're both pretty reasonable cards. So, sure, makes some sense. What other card games do you or did I play in the past? Just about everything, actually, funnily enough. So I actually can't play into my opponent's flooded area because that doesn't work. But we will jam our Serra and look to do the thing. So I've played just about everything. I actually used to work for an LGS, used to work for a local game store. So I was a long-time Magic player, played a lot of Magic, played a lot of Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Flesh and Blood. I played a lot of everything. Now I'm mostly a Flesh and Blood player these days, alongside Snap. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I guess it is just Juggernaut, Bass Surfer. Not Bass Surfer, sorry, Brood Surfer. I think this is the best we can do, and I'll stay through the Snap. I think we can actually win this. On the variant topic, the Ghost Rider shows up as a variant of Johnny Blaze's Rider. It annoys you so much, as Johnny himself mentioned that his spirit is not a true spirit of vengeance. Well, there you go. You taught me something today that I didn't know. Very nice. Another 4 cubes by the skin of our teeth. You'll have to see it. What's up, Boraz? Good to see you, my friend. Welcome on in tonight. Hopefully you're having a great day. Alright, we're getting there, folks. We're picking up steam with this one. Starting to chain some wins together. Get ourselves back up into Omega, where we belong. Definitely started a bit rough. Lost a few mirror matches to start the day off. What's my favourite CCG of all time other than Snap? So, that's a really tough question, because if you go back about 3-4 years, my answer is very easy. I was a very, very long-term Magic the Gathering player. It's actually where I come from originally, as you can imagine, based on the name HowlingMines. I love the game. I have so many incredible memories. I got the pleasure of travelling the world, meeting so many lovely people, putting up results, earning prize money, all that wonderful stuff, and I hold it near and dear to my heart, and I think I always will. But if you ask me now, I think my answer has to be Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood is like no other game I've ever played in my entire life. It is easily my favourite TCG at the moment, and I highly recommend trying it out if you are into that kind of thing. Hey Navy Cherub, been having trouble gaining cubes with Surfer decks. Do you think people are catching on and making Surfer a difficult deck to get 4 to 8 cubes with? It's definitely got a target on its head. I think that's fair to say. At the moment, people kind of expect it. I definitely do not want this Hulk situation to be happening. So it does make some sense that you're struggling a bit at the moment, because it is definitely, got a target on its back, if that makes sense. No idea why you're struggling this hard this season. I started playing last season, was able to jump pretty easy. I do hear that people struggle more in their next season along. I do hear that quite frequently. I'm actually going to Juggernaut here. Yeah, Surfer into Bar Sinister should be pretty good. Hey Death, good to see you. It's been good so far. Hopefully you're doing very well as well. Is Flesh and Blood available on mobile? Afraid not. There is a fan-made online client. It's called Talishar. So if you do want to try it out at no cost to yourself, you can. It is fan-made and beautiful, but it doesn't really play well on mobile because, again, it is a fan-made project. But for the most part, the game is named Flesh and Blood because it's played in the Flesh and Blood. It's very much designed to be played in person. White Tiger will spray some tigers around. 2 of them into Bar Sinister, sure. I think we are in fantastic shape here. I would like to Snap. I would like to Killmonger and then make many, many Surfers. That is the plan. Something about the current meta seems way more leech and leader. It definitely does at the moment, yeah. But you find you usually climb towards the last couple of days anyway. Fair enough. Opponent doesn't think they can win this one. They are out of here. Goodbye. Yeah, I hear people often do struggle a little more in their second, third seasons. I don't know whether there's any reason for that, but it does seem to be quite a common comment. Kind of strange, really. No, afraid not a digital TCG, very much a paper one. But I love it. If you're actually interested in checking it out, any of you guys want to check it out, I actually have a Learn to Play on my personal YouTube channel, so you can go and find me. This is really bad for me, by the way. Okay, I would like to leave. That was not a good turn 0. Not a good turn 0. But if you go find my personal YouTube at HowlingMines, I upload a lot of Flesh and Blood content over there. There's a whole Learn to Play, brand Learn to Play another 15 minutes, so you can go see what the game's about, check it out, and see how it works with me, which is hopefully a good thing. But yeah, I played the World Championships this year, and I am very much in love with the game. It's one of my favourite things right now. That death was indeed unfortunate.
Thank you.
Opponent Snaps here. Brand new subscriber coming in. Soulless Harmony. Welcome on into Marvel Snap Zone, my friend. Pleasure to have you here. I don't think we're backing out with this hand currently, though, so I guess we'll deal with the early snap and see where we end up. Crimson Cosmos. Well, we have Forge into Brood, which I kind of think I want to make 4 Hulks. Is that bad? I think we're doing that. Maybe maybe that's just terrible. Maybe I should just make 2 Hulks and have my actual Brood up. That's probably better. Like, I probably don't need to lose my Brood. Personally find it easier to climb this season. Wow, okay, that went badly. I guess I'm now going to Juggernaut, because I can't play into the 3rd location, which is not what I intended to have happen. Spreading the gospel of our Lord and Saviour Iceland. I do try. You hit Infinite on your first season with the Pool 2 deck, and the reset to 70 is tough at early Pool 3. Interesting. I hadn't really thought about that implication, but that does make some amount of sense. I can't play anything. This is truly the worst timeline. Well, I guess I'm just going to Killmonger that Quinjet away, and I might just have to pass on turn 5, unfortunately, due to these ass locations. That's not good. A good chance we have to get out of here if our opponent just plays a Dino here, and we know that we have to try and beat a second one in the Miniaturized Lab, because I'm not sure we can do that. Drax. Okay, well, they have 6 cards in hand, 7 cards in hand, so will be 6 cards in hand. So Dino's going to be huge. So 12, 15. Can we ever beat 15? We can't even beat 14. I just don't think there's ever any way there's not a Dino in our future. So I think I am out of here. Really poor locations for us that time around. Just is part and parcel of what Snap is, unfortunately. People say the second season is tough for newer players. I have definitely heard that. I have no idea how true that is, but I've definitely heard it. Really digging Daredevil, Professor X, Control. I actually think that combination is very, very strong. Big agree. I think Daredevil as a card got a lot better when more players joined the game, and there was less bots. Card's very strong, I think. Opponent with the Sunspot. Sure. We can clear that up with our Killmonger a bit later. Looks like we have a full house of 3s in our hand this game, unfortunately. Cards can't be played here. What a delightful, delightful location. So I think I'm going to storm out Mojo World here, just because it should be pretty hard for us to fill that up without having to give in too much to our Brood. What are the weaknesses of Surfer decks? Realistically, just stop them being able to play more than one card in the final turn of the game and you will be absolutely fine. Personally had a very easy time climbing into the 90s this season, but you've been stuck there since. That's an interesting problem to have, for sure. So I'm going to hold the Killmonger for now. Just going to slam the Brood in here. I think I'm going to snap. Leech is obviously very good. Wave is very good. Lots of ways of shutting down their final turn. Take you back to the bot days. No, thank you. I don't really miss it, to be honest. Jessica Jones. Okay, that's fine. Sandman. Sandman's another good one that shuts down the Surfer decks. Stops them being able to do their thing on the final turn of the game. Big deal. Alrighty. I would like to draw the Surfer. Drawing the Surfer would go a very, very long way here. You think the second season also coincides with that late pool 2, pool 3, early season 3 thing? For sure. 100% agree with that. No worries. Happy to help. That's what it's all about. I'll take Surfer for 500, please. Because I'm not revealing first. That's not a Surfer, but it is pretty good. So we can go Juggernaut, Killmonger, Maximus, I think is the best we can do here. I think this is the best we can do here. Looks like our best might not be good enough. We were not beating a Doom. We were beating a number of things coming down after this one, but we were not beating that one. Due to not having priority. Needed to find our own Surfer, really, to have a shot there. No such luck. Interesting, Peter. Not a problem I've had myself too much in the past, but definitely makes some sense. I think I am going to switch over here to another one of our tier list decks, as I want to keep rotating through some stuff tonight. I don't want to be playing the same thing for too long if I can help it. I know some people want to see the negative only deck, so shall we do that? We've been quite high on this negative Surfer deck without Serra. So let's do this. Let me grab a screenshot of this so I can get it up on the screen with all the wonderful jazz that you like to have on screen during the game. So if you haven't seen this list, it is, again, one from our tier list this time round. Very, very high placer, this negative Surfer list. Very popular with a number of folks, and putting up a very strong early performance. This one doing all the things without Serra and utilising Series 5 powerhouse Bast. So this one, not going to be the best for folks who don't have access to Bast just yet, but I think you can build this deck without Bast. We kind of talked about it briefly during the tier list. You can obviously go and take a look at those suggestions if you want me to. But this, if you can remove Adam Warlock and Bast, you can probably build a list pretty similar to this without it. But we do think it is really quite good over here. Speaking of Adam Warlock, it is finally finding a home. Very, very strong with Bast as a way of drawing more cards, finding negative very early, and finding more things from your deck after you have done that negative flip. So really powerful 1-2 punch in this archetype. Of course, Mr. Negative himself, brand new sub coming in. Thank you very much, Arian. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. If you're not familiar with Mr. Negative somehow, here you go. 4-cost card that swaps the power and cost of all the cards in your deck. Which is obviously a very, very strong ability. This deck is built to utilize everything. You might notice has a lower power than cost where possible, and we're looking to flip all those things over to maximize that value. From things like Brood being buffed by Silver Surfer, even things like Iron Man becoming a 0-cost card with 5 power, this deck is indeed very, very strong. Hyperion, our best bet at the moment for playing this without access to Bast is to do something along the lines of playing a card like Bishop, which is obviously very, very good with negative, and Surfer as another 3-cost card you can play there. Maybe Ironheart instead in that slot. And you can probably find a 2-cost card or a 1-cost card you're happy to play overall. I think for the most part, you probably just want to get more high-rolly without Bast, so I might just play more 3s. I genuinely might just be like, hey, sure, just play Bishop and Ironheart and try and high-roll my opponents. I think that's probably where I would start without the 1-2 punch. You could definitely go the Wong route as well. Wong is an interesting way of doing it. So I would probably try some of those suggestions would be my best bet. So let us do that, and let's see if we can win some games with this negative Surfer list today. I do enjoy me some Mr. Negative. I'm not used to playing this deck without Serra though, so this could definitely be an interesting learning experience. Okay, no way of juicing this Adam Warlock early, unfortunately. Howdy, Ivan. Hopefully you're doing very well. Super fun. A lot of people hate negative, though. Some people don't enjoy it. I definitely do. I enjoy playing Mr. Negative, and I always kind of have. So I think I'm actually going to go Warlock mid here in case my opponent doesn't play into Nivellir. Will let me draw my card. Unfortunately, they do exactly that. That is fine. We will keep stacking up stuff in the middle here to try and draw cards. Psylocke, you could definitely play Psylocke instead of Adam Warlock instead. You could try Psylocke and Bishop or something like that if you don't have Bast. I think Adam Warlock is very, very good once you do have Bast, however. I could definitely see Psylocke as a card you might want to play in that slot instead. We randomly generate a Doctor Strange, which pulls our Mr. Fantastic out. That's a bit rubbish. Alright, well I guess we're just shoving Mr. Negative into the location that we're definitely losing here, and looking to have it ride us home. Fingers crossed. I'm not going to snap because the Iron Man is in my hand. I don't currently have my Brood to make sure that I can do the Surfer thing. The Rogue doesn't currently have a good target. I think there's a number of reasons to be patient about snapping, even though we found negative on 4. Opponent will Iceman, hits the Forge. That's probably fine. Ah! I did not want to see a Cosmo there. Well, thank God we didn't snap. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, Navy. I think Adam Warlock is at its best with Bast, and probably much worse without it. Maybe we can hit a decent 3 to go with the Iron Man. If the opponent snaps, we're out of here, but that was obviously a pretty awful, awful one. Isn't there a risk of Adam Warlock? Yeah, okay, goodbye. Horrible Cosmo for us. Isn't there a risk of Adam Warlock with the extra roll take the best negative targets out of your deck? Thankfully, Bast naturally mitigates that downside, because you don't mind just giving your Iron Man 3 power if it's in your hand. But more importantly, it just finds your Mr. Negative for you more consistently, and then finds more stuff for you afterwards. I do not think Bast is a must-buy, no. I think the card is very clearly very good. However, I refuse to call anything a must-buy. I just don't think you have to own anything, truth be told. Nothing is so overpowered that you have to have it. But is it a good card? Yeah, for sure. Especially if you enjoy these kind of like negative style shells. Speaking of which, this is the kind of hand that Bast makes very, very good, because otherwise it would suck. So we're going to give 3 power to both Mystique and Iron Man in our hand, and even give our Mojo a little extra juice while we're at it. The hub gives us Super Scroll. Okay. We will set up the Mojo. Found Adam Warlock to work well with Panther Zola decks, if you pair him with Ebony Maw. Seems mostly fine. You got plenty of space in those decks to try out all kinds of garbage, so makes some sense, I suppose. Baxter Building. Let's just shove the Brood over there. That seems pretty good. Together. Opponent will Storm mid. Interesting. Yeah, Hyperion, I can't say I blame you for that, to be honest. So I think my plan here has to be to double Iron Man and ignore the stormed location. So I'm going to Wolfsbane with the intention of going Iron Man into Iron Man. Opponent plays another Mr. Sinister and a Wasp. Okay. Bast is more of a game plan 1, honestly, in a lot of cases, to be honest with you, Axmilly. It plays very, very well with things like Iron Man, which something nothing else really does. Okay, this is definitely not guaranteed, so I'm not going to snap, but I do think we are sticking around here. Do I think there's opportunity for cube-based tournaments in the future? I think so. We supported Cube Rush for that reason. I do think there's room for it if Second Dinner wants it to be a thing, but that's very much their prerogative. Opponent agrees that they are not winning that one, so they are gone. Alright, well, didn't find our negative in a reasonable time frame, but Bast kind of showing you what it can do in the games where you don't, by giving Iron Man and Mystique power. It's good stuff. Okay, the hub would like to give us a Baron Mordo, which we will probably not be playing anytime soon. We do have the Forge into Brood plan here, which is fine by me. Ant-Man. Okay. Adam Warlock. Good thing. Good chance we hold on to him for now, I think. Let's just go Forge into Brood as our primary plan here. Folks, if you're joining me tonight, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream so far. If you wouldn't mind doing me a small favour, please consider liking the stream you are currently watching. Just press that thumb. If you want to chat in chat, you can do so as well. It all helps the algorithm, helps us find more people. Just helps us reach out in general to more people that might enjoy Marvel Snap. If you do want to make sure you're personally not missing out on stuff coming from Marvel Snap Zone, all you got to do is subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that button for me and turn on notifications. You will not regret it later on. Okay, this is an interesting one. So we end up with extra chunks of energy off the back of Project Pegasus. I think this is still happening. The question is what we do with the other 5 energy. And I feel like... Opponent snaps, jeez. I feel like it might actually be Bast Baron Mordo here. Guess we do it this way. Try and hold the rogue for... So I want to give power to the Adam Warlock. I want to hold the rogue for an effect I care about stealing, because my opponent clearly has many, many ongoing effects. And I think the Iron Man also wants power. 6k is a lot, for sure. It is definitely a lot. Will Marvel Snap run out of characters they can put into Snap? Probably not. Marvel Universe goes way, way wider than you'd think. Alright, so we are just going to play a 3 here. The question is whether or not Rogue is better off somewhere else. There's a good chance it is. I think I'm just going to Mr. Fantastic. Would like to draw the Surfer. I guess I can Warlock to try and draw the Surfer. That might be okay. Brand new sub coming in, Ramen Noodle. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Good chance of Professor X for sure. I think I'm going with Mr. Fantastic here. Petition for Bast to be the first card dropped to Series 4. I mean, I would expect there to be a reasonable number of adjustments with the next couple cards releasing, but again, I don't work for Second Dinner. I don't know that. That's just all guesswork. Okie dokie, Iron Man on the right should hopefully lock that up, and then Mystique can be another Iron Man for us in a pinch if we can get enough stats into another location for that to matter. Has everyone been spinning their records? I have. I have been spinning periodically. Bit late on the negative front, unfortunately. We reveal first here, which is okay. Opponent doesn't care. Opponent's out of here. This is very much showing you the power of Bast, by the way. We've had games where we just haven't drawn our negative, but we still have a very proactive game plan. And that is definitely something to praise about the new Series 5 card. It's very, very good at helping you have reasonable strength and stats when you don't find the namesake card. This time, however, we do find the namesake card. Negative, nice and tucked in our opening hand. Sadly, the Iron Man coming straight after him is not what we were looking for. There is our Adam Warlock. Pretty happy to slam this mid because we expect to be playing Mr. Fantastic next. Sadly, not going to be any good to us as our opponent does play out Domino. We find Forge. I think that's unlikely to matter too much here. Just going to play Mr. Fantastic, look to lean it into Mr. Negative. Opponent will Killmonger, sure. Stop showing us how good Bast is, Mr. Streamer. How dare you? I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I've let you down. If only I cared. See Bast and Valkyrie going down first, and M'Baku. I could definitely see M'Baku going down because no one's buying that thing at the moment. Opponent has the Brood, unfortunately, so they are filling up the raft. Gonna need this negative to do some good work for us because currently we do not have much going on. We do find the Surfer. Okay. That's interesting. So I am going to Iron Man mid. Oh, I like you guys really, don't worry. Ugh! Don't wave me! How the hell do I beat a wave? I think unfortunately the answer might be that I don't. How is my opponent losing that game? What? My friend, I'm under wave. The average card in my deck has a power of 1. How am I winning? Okay, I don't think we were winning that one actually, but maybe I'm wrong. The first cards they change series on will show us what their intentions are. I think that's probably a very fair statement actually. Would be cool if they lower cards that are meta, but I'm afraid they might go with stuff like M'Baku. I think M'Baku is probably going to be a Series 3 card pretty quickly. Alright, let us throw... So we actually kind of have to be careful where this goes. We're going to be negativing here, but we don't want to suddenly have our Adam Warlock die to not having stats. I think I'm going to risk Bast over here on the right. Retreated in fear of Adam Warlock. Fair enough. And we can hopefully now go... Adam Warlock start drawing cards. Sadly, our Iron Man now costs 6, which is actually really somewhat annoying from this icebox, but that is what it is. You think Null, Galactus, and Thanos stay Series 5 most likely. I can also see She-Hulk staying Series 4. They seem like the flagship cards of their pools. I agree mostly on Galactus and Thanos for sure. I think it's fair to say those are probably flagships of their pools. It wouldn't surprise me if they stayed Series 5 basically forever. She-Hulk, not so sure. That seems a little bit more flexible. I can see that one moving down if it's particularly good. Opponent will Storm. Okay. Mission negative. Active. We find the 0 cost Mystique. That is going to be pretty good on turn 6. So let us just go... Brood. I think we're playing out the Mojo even though it doesn't matter. Because our intention here is just to go Iron Man, Iron Man. Opponent with the Wong. You were saving for She-Hulk, but I dropped today. She-Hulk's a good one for sure. I've definitely enjoyed playing with it. Alright, the plan here is to Iron Man and Iron Man. And I'm hoping that should be good enough. I'm a little scared to snap because I don't have the Surfer. This Wong is quite scary. So I think I'm just going to take my 2 cubes. If I win this one. Good chance like Doctor Doom or something similar could be quite problematic for us. So I'm a little scared to pull the trigger. Wolfsbane gets plenty of juice. We are not winning this one. Oh. And that is why you do not snap in those spots. As unfortunately, there's a good chance you lose. Rough one. You really like if more they made the more expensive cards the ones that create their own archetypes. Galactus or Thanos, for example, and lower the ones that make other decks better. I mean, that would make some sense in theory. I could definitely see that being the mythos, but again, I'm basically all guesswork. So I have Bast into Adam Warlock, so I'm going to do a little bit of a snap. And I think we're staying out of the throne room if we can help it, though, because... Goodbye. We take our 3 cubes, and we move on to the next one. I think on most Bast Adam Warlock hands, you're probably just supposed to snap, because that 1-2 punch is just kind of ridiculous early. Opponent agrees they want no part of it that time. Seems like an appropriate username for you. Was it worth it? Hopefully things turn around shortly. Either playing something else or your luck with She-Hulk turns around. I think She-Hulk is very good. Definitely think she's very good. Quite happy to have that one at least. It gives me a few more options. This Adam Warlock is not doing a whole lot here, unfortunately. I think we're just going to slot it into Fisk Tower for now. Keck buy. Keck buy has been declared. So this Wolfsbane is tempting to try and get a guaranteed card draw, but I think Mr. Fantastic is just going to be better on curve basically all of the time, so don't see a reason to not do that. Opponent with the Yondu. Josh, not going to be taking deck submissions tonight, I'm afraid. I am playing stuff from the tier list and a few things that I wanted to work on myself, but maybe in the near future. We do draw ourselves the bonus card in the form of Rogue and therefore Mojo. So opponent's going to turn off Fisk Tower here, almost certainly. Just going to throw Mr. Negative into the location I expect to be losing. Try and get ourselves some juice. They just play nothing. I guess I will draw an extra card for free. That is fine by me. Sadly, Bast being negative changes very, very little. That being said, we can have a good turn here. So let's just go Bast. So I guess this is maybe a She-Hulk from our opponent. That would make some sense. Yondu killed Surfer. Yeah, don't worry. I am aware. We do not get to find a Surfer this game. I think I'm fine doing it this way. Opponent snaps. Maybe we just go for the Iron Man line instead. I don't know. I think this ends up being better. It's okay, Gabe. Thank you for pointing it out, just in case. Opponent snaps because they have Wave, which makes a fair amount of sense. Unfortunately, Wave is a really bad one for us here. Squirrel Girl is currently better than the Hood because it allows you to actually play Death, She-Hulk, and Arrow in the same turn. Because you need to kill more things, which means you need those extra bodies that the Hood doesn't give you currently. How's the tier list reaction been? Yeah, it's been a tough one, honestly, to be honest with you, Hyperion. Unsurprisingly, a good bit of feedback about people not having cards, and so I think we have to get out of here, sadly. About not having cards and making content that showcases decks no one can build, and unfortunately, in those environments, some people choose to make that more personal, and I think the sad truth is if I'm going to be doing this on behalf of Marvel Snap Zone, I am going to have to get used to that. If the internet wants to come at my throat, then the internet wants to come at my throat. There's very little I can do about it. And I guess I just got to make sure that I'm mentally equipped to handle that, which is fine. But for the most part, people that have enjoyed it, and people are just glad to have an idea of what we think is going on, I suppose. But yeah, real mixed bag. Well, thank you, Hyperion. I appreciate that. That really means a lot. So Forge into Brood in Mojo World here should be pretty good. Wave on 5 into Death, She-Hulk, and yeah, it's very good, Luke, for sure, for sure. You have Wave pinning your shop right now. Wave's a good one. Definitely don't blame you for pinning that one. Hey, Hyperion, it's okay. Like, I mean, it's not okay. It sucks, but okay. So I think I actually go for Clin now because this should be a pretty easy one to lock up. It sucks. There's always going to be people that don't like what I'm doing or disagree with us because of X, Y, and Z reason, and that's fine. I'm more than happy to have adult conversations about that, but obviously I'm not used to being a face in front of quite so many people yet. I've only been doing this for a short amount of time, and that unfortunately comes with, you know, some upsides and some downsides. And I'm not used to people, you know, going for my throat just yet. That takes a bit of getting used to. Appreciate the kind words, folks. It means a lot. We're obviously doing our best out here, so it means a lot that you guys think so as well. Opponent agrees that they are not winning that one. I also think they're not winning that one for what it's worth. So, good stuff. Found Death to be a little... Hood to be a little clunky, sorry. Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely a lot of upside to playing Squirrel Girl right now, that's for sure. Do I think Arrow will be nerfed in the future? I would be surprised. I think Arrow is a very good card, but I think she's pretty appropriately powered, to be honest. You just pulled Arnim Zola. Very nice. You have Panther. Is it a good on reveal deck without Wong? It's pretty rough without Wong. I am snapping here because we have Bast into Adam Warlock, which is just everything that I always want in life. My opponent wants no part of that, and they would like to leave. And that is totally fair. I would say that play pattern is probably pretty good, but it's a significant loss without Wong, I think. To be honest, what Den said in the latest tier list was amazing. The fact he'll talk more about replacement cards. Yes, that's the plan. Like, we understand that no one can play all these decks. Look, guys, the truth is, I can't play all these decks. Look, like, it's, you know, I'm having to play the ones I have the cards for. Goodbye, Brood. Because that's all I can do. We understand that. And where we can offer, you know, alternatives, we will. And obviously, cards at the moment are so brand new that, like, sometimes we just don't know what the alternative is yet. And that's also fine, you know? There are so many rocks in my deck here that this negative probably isn't going to be very good, so I don't really want to snap just yet. But we'll do what we can. All I can do is do what we can, keep putting out content, and if you guys want to support us with that, all you got to do is watch it. All you got to do is enjoy it. And as long as you do that, I'll be A-okay. Appreciate you, Hyperion. It really means a lot. We try and make it clear with the tier list that, look, at the moment, it obviously is a very heavily opinionated piece by its nature, because it has to be. We don't have enough sources of data yet. Hopefully, with the tracker will change that. We can hope. Unfortunately, Bast is a Series 5 card, Joe. We have rocks. Do you have rocks? I have rocks. We are in trouble. We are in trouble. How on earth do we win this game? I don't think we do is the answer. No Bast for you? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if no Bast just yet. It was, thankfully for me, the first card I bought. It was literally the first card in my token shop. And I just snapped it off. Well, there goes most of my board. And my opponent's death is likely coming along nicely. We got rocked by Subterranea. Delightful stuff. My rocks have power. Yes, they do. Is the data coming in from the tracker looking good? I wouldn't say looking good. I would say it's starting to look. That's probably the way of putting it. Like, we can at least start inferring things, but the truth is, until we have more people using the tracker, you know, that data is going to be quite limited. So we'll do what we can with it, and we'll keep trying to make the tracker better, and then it will inform our decisions even more. Part of what makes the game fun, in your opinion, is no one has a complete collection and you're a whale. I'm glad you enjoy that aspect of it, because it seems like some people really don't. Got rocked. Got absolutely rocked. Which is not great for Mr. Negative, unsurprisingly. Rocks being in your deck, not a thing that you want as a negative player. So we're going to forge into Brood here. Opponent removes Lekuguela, but turns it into Death's Domain. I think, unfortunately for me, I actually have to put the Brood in here to guarantee that we have some bodies over here. You got 5 rocks, all played in a Seradag and still won. Very, very nice. A little scared to snap in this particular spot. Just because our hand is so full of a lot of the goodies already. I understand the temptation, but I think I'm going to wait until a little bit later. Do you just want a link to the tracker, Joe, or is it something else you're looking for? Because I can go grab you a link if you need me to. Do I think Maximus will stay at 3-7? Yeah, I think so. I don't think anything's wrong with Maximus. Alright, now I probably snap. But if it's just like a download link that you want, or if you want a certain page or something from the tracker, let me know and I can get you a link. Or you can, of course, find it in the website as well. Why not negative into Death's Domain? Honestly, good point. Good question. And this should be the line, I think. Yeah, should have negatived him into the domain, 100%. Opponent with the leader. That is fine, I think. The article, since you want info on it, there are a few decent trackers available. Everything you need to know about the tracker should be in the download page. I will grab a quick link for you now. If you have any other questions, our lead developer does hang around in the Discord. And you can go and do that over there. But if you're worried about anything about it, you can find basically all the information on this link right here. There you go. Very nice. Opponent's Mystique being copied from leader, making a Professor X and not an Iron Man is never not funny to me. But yes, Chad's 100% correct. Was correct just to let Negative kill himself there. No need to throw him into a location we assume we're losing. It didn't actually matter, but it is just strictly better. I just wanted you to admire the art. Totally. That's definitely how that worked. That's 100% what it was about. When are you getting a Mac version? Unfortunately, the only answer I can really give you to that is I have no fucking idea. Apple do not make things easy to work with at all, unfortunately. And our lead dev makes us pretty aware that it's unlikely to be a thing that happens soon. Surfer's only for the pass? Currently, yes. It will be a Series 5 card eventually. This is very much a deck based around it, though, I'm afraid, so there's not really a good substitution. Still pushing without, though, with Negative Surf, for sure. Negative Surf is a sweet deck. I'm having fun playing this right now, to be honest, even though we've had some awkward draws. I will just Mr. Fantastic here. Yeah, I wish I could give a more concrete answer to the mobile question, the Mac question, but from what I understand, both of those are a true nightmare to work with, and it probably won't be soon. Am I just a content creator for MSZ, or am I more deeply involved? I am more deeply involved than that. So I work for .gg, who are the company that owns Marvel Snap Zone. So I manage a lot of content, I do a lot of editing, I do a lot of user experience stuff, and like how stuff looks, and all that kind of stuff as well. But I don't work on the back end, all the back end stuff is other people. I mostly just give them suggestions on what it's supposed to look like, and take it from there. Should be a pretty good finale here, hopefully. Yeah, Bast is very, very good in this deck. Not when you get leeched, though! Not when you get leeched. That one is pretty good. UX is life, baby. Certainly is. Does it have an in-game tracker? It does not currently. We have discussed this. It's actually a very, very good draw, by the way. We have discussed this with our dev. From what we understand, that requires essentially tools and information that we are not supposed to access. I know Cozy's been working on one. We have spoken to Cozy a little bit about it, but it's a little bit complex. So it does not currently have an in-game tracker. We are having some discussions still, however. Is there a good replacement for Bast in this deck? So I think you can build this deck without Bast, yes. I do think it is definitely worse, however. But I think you remove Bast and add a Warlock, and you play Psylocke and like Bishop or Ironheart. That's kind of my de facto suggestion to people early on. Was wondering if I'd be able to pass some ideas onto Marvel Snap's devs team. Definitely not. Snap Zone's dev team for the website, yes, 100%. I can help you with that. I can take on all the feedback you like, not a problem at all. For the game, I have absolutely no sway whatsoever. We don't suddenly have extra favor with the devs at Marvel Snap just because we run a website. They are just as likely to listen to you as they are to us, unfortunately. Would we potentially collaborate with Cozy on the tracker? I'll say potentially, sure, but realistically, that decision isn't mine to make. that would come down to the ownership of Marvel Snap Zone. It would come down to our lead developer of our app because of what he feels comfortable with, what he feels getting involved working on. So I can't really turn around and say yes, no, for sure. I'm personally not against it, and I will certainly try and broker some kind of arrangement, but ultimately that decision is not mine to make, so hopefully that is enough sense made. Pretty happy to snap here, actually. Thank you, I appreciate the kind compliments about the chill personality. I do my best to have a good time with you guys, that's very much what it's all about. You don't have Bast, you do have Warlock. I would not play Warlock without Bast. I think it's a really big downgrade. If you don't have it. Do we just chuck the rogue in the middle here? I think we do, actually. Leech is annoying, but also a cool part of the design. I agree. I think Leech is actually a very, very sweet design. The card on average is not very good, but in the current room, it's great. It is fantastic. You have a question about the Map Set Mode website. Is there anywhere you would leave feedback? Yeah, for sure. If you have... We hit a Moon Girl? That's so funny. That is absolutely hilarious. Okay, so now we just Bast. That's so good. If you want to leave feedback about the website, you can do it on the feedback form on the website, or you can come and join the Discord server and leave it in the feedback channel that we have dedicated to it in the server. Those are your best places for feedback, for sure. Would I ever guest host on the podcast one of these days? If they ask me to, yeah, maybe. Stop it! Stop leeching me! You're ruining all of my fun! Why is my opponent such a spoil sport? We were going to get to double Surfer? What a shame. What an absolute mockery. I think we're still good enough here. But yeah, if they ask me, that would be great. You'd love a merger between all these trackers, or at least one site everyone could post data to for each tracker. Nick, I agree, that would be great. Again, unfortunately, way above my pay grade. It's just not the kind of thing that I get to make a decision about, sadly. As I don't have ownership, I don't have any kind of control. So I will pass that on. I will definitely make that clear that people want that. But as to whether it happens or not my choice, I'm afraid. No worries, Gabe. Happy to help. That's what I'm here for, man. Like, happy to keep grinding some competitive decks while chatting with you guys, offering feedback. Basically, this is what I want from the stream. I want it to be a community thing, and just to be able to come and talk with you guys. It means that, there's somebody from Snapzone on the front lines, so that if you ever have questions, concerns, criticisms, feedback, you just want to tell me that I look nice. There's a way for you to do that, and that's very much what I want the stream to be 3 times a week. So here's hoping we can keep it up. Tried out the ongoing Destroyer deck. Goose felt like it was hurting you more. Oof. Sandman's amazing. I agree. I think Sandman's in a very good spot right now, actually. It's a card I expect to see plenty more of moving forward. This Strange Academy is a little crap, but I think we're still going to likely play Mr. Fantastic into it. Got everyone playing Leech. So we actually featured Leech in a Infinite Decks This Week article. That's a very good draw. Thank you very much. Earlier this week, and it definitely picked up in Steam. Plenty of them everywhere. Don't you just wish you could revert cards back to grey borders? I do. I do sometimes. I actually quite like the new Infinity border personally. So, thank you for the look nices. I appreciate it. Where do non-constructive insults go? Somewhere that I am not. Just yell them into the void. That's also fine. Am I the one in charge of the Snapzone website? I'm not in charge. I do work for them, though. So, if I can help you with anything, that's what I'm here for. But I'm not in charge, and I don't run it. So, take that what you will. Thank you, Spike. I appreciate you. This is why I like you as the face of the channel. Very personable. Thank you very much. As I say, I'm more than happy to do guest spots. I'm actually... So, I guess spoiler alert, because I really shouldn't be talking about this just yet. But I don't mind sharing it with you guys in chat today. You will see me on Alexander Kokkia's channel and Cozy Snap's channel on tomorrow. I've got a guest slot on one of their content features that they're kind of showcasing some creators and showing off people in the community who are doing a good job. And so you'll see me in that series tomorrow, which will be very, very cool. And I was very, very, very honoured to be asked to come and do that. But if there are other content creators you want me to work with, or you want Snapzone to work with, just try and put us in touch, you know? We're happy to work with anybody, and I'm happy to go and guest on podcasts and stuff, and talk about stuff. I'm very, very happy to do stuff like that. I enjoy doing stuff like that, so by all means, reach out and get me involved. The Nightbot did not like Hyperion's excitement. I'm sorry about that. Alright, I didn't really want this Strange Academy to be here, honestly, but I think we'll be A-okay. Let's line up the Iron Dude. Yeah, I think so. I think the one thing I don't dig about the game is there are a lot of abilities that could be ongoing or revealed, but aren't. Yeah, I actually kind of mostly agree with that. That seems reasonable. You should be given my own series. I mean, I basically do, right? I make all the content over here on YouTube for Marvel Snap Zone. I would love to do more stuff, but the truth is, I'm not sure I have time. Because I already have quite a lot of work to do with content over here. This wave is very annoying. Am I just surfing? I might just be surfing. Yes, both the guys on the Snapchat. I will be on their channels tomorrow, which is very, very cool. Looking forward to it. Opponent agrees they're not winning this one. Very nice. You want to play Surfer, but you don't have a Brood. Any ideas? So my best bet for you, Dockster, is the Patriot Surfer deck. Because unfortunately, most of the others really feel like they need the Brood. Brood's really, really good. So the good news, Hyperion, is it's not just me. So Cozy and Alex made it very, very clear they want to feature prominent, positive figures in the community. So they're actually featuring 5 creators each. So it's going to be... Oh, that's a really awful hit for this Iceman. My negative now costs 5, which is pretty terrible and unplayable. So they're featuring 10 creators total and showing off some great figures in the Snap community who are doing very, very good stuff. So I recommend checking out their whole thing they release on Tuesday because they're being great about it and showcasing plenty of positive figures. Hey Robin, I'm doing really well, thank you. Hopefully you are too. You've been running Carnage to kill Negative and Psylocke after their ability. Should you be running something else? I think Carnage is an interesting flex spot, gives you some game against stuff that you might not otherwise have game against. I don't think you need it by any stretch, but it's not terrible. You could definitely play something else. Opponent snapping here, we're definitely out. Our negative being hit by Iceman and Scorpion tanking our entire hand is not going to be a game that we are likely to win, so I will give up a cube and go back onto the ladder for another game. It should be a really cool series. They basically, I'm not going to give away too many spoilers because obviously it's their series and I don't want to ruin it. You should definitely go and watch it tomorrow when it goes out. But they basically got us all to feature our favourite decks, coach them through a game, and basically do a short interview about who we are, where we come from, that kind of stuff. And it should be a really good watch. Mojo instead? I don't think we ever get to the point where that's relevant, but I mean, in your case, yeah, Mojo's a pretty reasonable one, for sure. Can I suggest a good deck for pull 3 and at the same time for ladder? That's a fantastic pull from Sakar. I would like to snap, please. That seems kind of great. So there are a number of decks on the tier list that I would recommend, depending on what pull 3 cards you have at the moment. Things like Ongoing Destroyer are very strong, Patriot's very strong, the Devil Dinosaur deck's very, very good in all round. So I would recommend those. Go take a look at the tier list and find something that catches your fancy. That would be my biggest recommendation. Triskelion fill in my hand with a pile of shite. Not exactly what we're looking for. On what channel will this be? It will be on both Cozy and Alex's channel. They're releasing separate videos. I will be on Alex's channel if you're looking for me personally. But it's a joint series where they are both doing it together on their respective channels. Opponent would like to not have that happen. Reasonable. You're personally glad that the Snapchat podcast moved from Sundays to Thursdays. Very nice. I'm glad you enjoy the content, Joe. That's good stuff. Happy to hear it. Why Rogue over Bishop? So I actually think there are plenty of very powerful ongoing effects right now that you really do want a clean answer to, Tyler. I think things like Iron Man, like Sarah, like Wong, these are all cards I want an answer in my deck to, if possible, and Rogue gives me that answer, and sometimes those effects are very, very good for me too. Yes, Boros, yes it is. I was trying to be a little more subtle about it, but that's essentially what that means, yeah. For what it's worth, I will likely make an article about it when it goes live as well, so if you struggle to find it, I will probably have it available somewhere on the Snapzone channel too. Losing our Mystique here to the Yondu is a little bit unfortunate, but probably not the worst. We find the Rogue. Okay. So, I think there's a good chance we are never filling up the raft. So I'm actually going to try and draw a card this turn, courtesy of Forge and Adam Warlock, assuming my opponent plays to the raft. They actually play to the Vault, but that works too. You're practicing your British. My bottle of water. If I can help you with practicing British, feel free to let me know. Ericsson, no worries. Thank you very much for the kind words, my friend. I appreciate you. I would like to draw more cards if at all possible. I'm kind of surprised our opponent hasn't gone for the raft here. They are indeed prioritising turning off our card draw from Adam Warlock, which is quite interesting, actually. So we get to Iron Man into Brood Surfer, which seems like it's probably pretty good. Needs more Cockney, more Northerner. So my opponent wants to snap. I'm going to stick around through their snap, but I'm probably not snapping back right now. Good chance we're staring down some Death She-Hulk shenanigans, and I'm not entirely sure we're beating that. What's my advice on playing around opposing leaders on turn 6? Man, Wave needs to stop. Wave, you're incredibly rude. Yeah, we will be leaving on Wave, unfortunately. My answer to leaders at the moment, realistically, you want to be trying to fill up more of your locations to try and make sure that your opponent doesn't have space to play into kind of the stuff that you have played into. You can play cards like Debris. Debris is really good at filling up your opponent's locations, so then have nowhere near as much flexibility in copying stuff over with Leader. I also try and play more decks that have power turns on turn 5 right now to try and circumvent Leader as well. Definitely a thing that's been more common recently. I've been pretty happy to, like, you know, play out Silver Surfer on turn 5 to kind of circumvent Leader in the Surfer decks and stuff like that. So you can also just lean more on cards like Cosmo. You know, try and shut it down aggressively. Cards like Storm to figure out where your opponent can and can't play. Those would be my early suggestions. Yeah, Gabe. Unfortunately, Brood's a pretty good one for these Surfer decks. It feels quite required. Looks like we just had a bit of a disconnect on this game. Opponent never connected to the game, so we will try again. Monster Island is mostly fine for us. We have the Forge into Brood start here, which is pretty good. Opponent with the Ant-Man, sure. Nova Roma. Well, we find our Surfer 2. The last thing we need to find here really is negative, which is pretty good. This might be a bit of an aggressive snap, but I am going to go for it here. We're going to look to do the thing with Silver Surfer and Brood this game. How we doing, folks? Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a good time watching some Marble Snap content tonight. If you haven't already, please consider doing me a favour and subscribing to the channel. I would very much appreciate it. It goes a very, very long way and means an awful lot. If you haven't already, do make sure you like the stream for me too. Make sure we reach more people. And you will have a good time with more people that way. Any substitutions for Bast? If you're playing this deck without Bast, I recommend not playing Adam Warlock, not playing Bast, and instead playing Psylocke and Bishop and or Ironheart, one or the other. Try and download the tracker. Do you just need to download the setup exe, or do you need the other files too? You just need the setup exe, but there is an installation guide on the page. So if you're not sure about anything, just go and give that a read, and it should hopefully clarify for you anything you need to do. But basically, just the exe should be fine from there. So I think we would like to Keep things small. I'm a little scared to Bast here because unfortunately it makes the bar with no name a bit harder to win. So I think there's a good chance we are running out Rogue here because it costs 3. And for no other reason whatsoever than it costs 3. Opponent with the Omega Red. That's quite scary. So we're going to Wolfsbane and hold the Surfer. And hopefully there's no Professor X in our future. Happy to help, Hyperion, as always. Enjoy it. I'm actually very happy with how the track is coming along. It tracks all kinds of stuff now. You can even look at our leaderboard of the players who are like the highest rank who are using the tracker and what decks they're playing. You can actually look at their favourite decks, the win rates of those decks. There's all kinds of good information in that tracker now. Ivan, I understand the frustration. It would be nice to have a way of counteracting Cosmo, but for the most part that seems to be like move effects. The best way of dealing with Cosmo is like things like Magneto, I suppose, to pull it out of the way. So maybe it would be nice if we had a cheaper way of doing that. Seems as a favourite using Psylocke. Yeah, it's a tough one without either of those, I think, unfortunately. It's the only real replacement, in my opinion. Does it draw if it's 2 equal power? No, you have to be ahead, I believe, on Adam Warlock. It's not if it's equal. You have to be winning the location. Alright, let's get surfing. And I'm pretty sure we are playing nothing else, because we do not want to extend into bar with no name. Surf's up, dude. Opponent with the Spectrum means we might be losing this. No, we're all good. 30 plays 30. Crushed it. We'll take our 4 cubes. Don't have Bass, Mystique, Brood, or Rogue. Use Wong, Serra, Ironheart, Magic. Those are definitely options that put you closer to traditional Serra Miracle more than the Surfer deck. And like, yeah, the Serra Miracle, like traditional lists, definitely prefer things like Serra, Wong, Magic, that kind of stuff. To be like traditional Serra negative serotonin, whatever you want to call it. Need an ongoing card that turns off other ongoing cards at that location. That would also work, I think. Okay, chat, do you want to get fruity? Do you want to try something a little bit different? I'm not going to make rocks. I'm going to see if I can draw cards from my Adam Warlock for the entire game while it's in Atlantis with 5 power. Opponent with the Goose. Okay. I will draw Mission Negative. Understood. Cloning Vats. Okay. So, I think we're going to miss the Fantastic here. Always get stuck around 45. Just takes practice, honestly, Reginald. And hopefully better cards for you in the future too. Fingers crossed. Anyone know how the records work in the new event? You reach the max 100 and play a good deal before bed. When I wake up the next day, you see that my extra records carried over after no games. I'm afraid I know nothing about that, sadly, Joe. Opponent sends a green goblin over to me in cloning vats. That's a little annoying. The Warlock interaction. Let's go. Alright, so we probably have to turn off our Warlock now. We're going to have to do so eventually anyway. I think it's best that we probably do it now. So will there never be another Cyclops card? I don't think there will be based on what the devs have said. I think it's very likely that Cyclops stays Cyclops. That being said, however, I think if anyone's open to a rework, it probably is. It probably is Cyclops, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me to see him with a different ability in the future. Thoughts on Harry Kane? That's not a question I get asked on Marvel Snap streams very often. I think, honestly, the guy, from what I understand of him anyway, seems completely fine. I think he's arguably taking it a bit too harsh on himself for things that realistically probably just aren't his fault. We all miss penalties. Penalties get missed. Things happen. But I think he's a pretty reasonable captain for England all around, and everything I've seen from him, honestly, seems like a genuine enough human being. So that would be my take on Harry Kane. No one's ever asked me for my opinion on that at any point. Do I have a favourite movie or TV show? I certainly do. So what a lot of people don't know is my background is actually in film and television. I worked in TV for a very long time, for about 5 years. So I'm a really big film buff, TV nut in general. So I got a lot of favourites. I could definitely recommend a few. How are we winning this game? I think, unfortunately, if we are winning this game, it is just 3-3. It's how we're doing it. I don't think we win otherwise. So I would say my favourite film, for the most part, that I would normally recommend is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Last time
Brand new subscriber coming in. Thank you very much to Shane. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone, my friend. Opponent Stock Ock looks to have done me a small favour, which I will accept the terms of engagement. Sadly, I think we're still... No, we're going to be fine, right? We have the Surfer doing this. Very nice. Thank you, Doc Ock. I appreciate you. TV show in recent memory, I would say probably Arcane was one that I enjoyed quite a lot. If we're going back a few years, I'm a sucker for a lot more animated stuff. I'd have to take a second to think about it, though. Punter's Doc Ock doing us a huge favourite. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is actually a Jim Carrey film. It's actually a film where he doesn't do comedy for one of the very few times he's been out there on film, and I love it. I think the film is fantastic. It holds a very near and dear place in my heart. Yeah, we had a 3-power rock. 3-power rock is the way to go. Today you played the Black Widow's bite into Gamma Lab before it landed. The opponent's skull and witched it into a cloning vat. Ugh. Ugh. You wanted to miss a negative variant, but only had 600 gold. You should be able to pin variants. That would be nice. That would be nice. Also with Cyclops, who would you make 3 energy no ability card if one needed to exist? That's a good question. I truly don't know what card that should be. Answers on a postcard. That's an interesting one. Do I like Breaking Bad? Breaking Bad's really good. Very, very well put together. It is a mouthful for sure. It's definitely a mouthful of a film name. But I love it. I think it's fantastic. I would recommend it to anyone who enjoys something that's a bit emotional. If you're not into emotional films, it's probably not for you. But yeah, Breaking Bad's fantastic. Cinematography on point. Alright, pretty happy to snap here, honestly. Negative on 4 with no Iron Man in our hand. You hated Eternal Sunshine when you first watched it at a young age. You went back as an adult and loved it. I think that happens to a lot of people, Impulsive. It's a very complex film, and it makes sense that you didn't enjoy it as a kid. Did I watch Better Call Saul? Honestly, not as much as I should have done. I watched little bits and pieces of it and never finished it. So, I guess no is probably the fair answer to that, but kind of. Am I a fan of the 90s X-Men and Spider-Man cartoons? Sadly, I'm a 90s kid, so they are a little teeny bit before me, really, in terms of me being able to comprehend what's going on with them. I was just a bit too young. This Iron Man is a very good draw. We would obviously like to find the Surfer here, so we're going to go Brood into Adam Warlock, hold the Iron Man, and see what's up. What do you think a potential Aunt May card should do? Probably just like... Well, Uncle Ben chews Spider-Man, which makes a lot of sense. It probably, like, gets a bonus if you've played Spider-Man. Oh, what a draw. Good lord, that's nutty. Alright, Iron Dude, Wolfsbane, Rock, Surfer. Other way around. Rock first. Rock, Wolfsbane, Surfer. Zing! Opponent with the Odin. They get plenty of on-reveals here. Null or Valkyrie? Which one would you pick in the current meta? I've got Valkyrie pinned right now, so hopefully that answers your question. I like Valkyrie quite a lot, and I'm hoping to own it very soon. You don't know about Aunt May, but Uncle Ben should self-destroy and buff Spider-Man. I believe if Uncle Ben dies, it shoots as a Spider-Man. I believe that card has already been data mined. Perfect example of what this deck does, by the way. Just Iron Man, Surfer, whoop! Easy stuff. There you go. That's how you draw this one up. We need Mary Jane. Mary Jane would be a cool addition. Again, it goes to show you, right? There's just so many characters you can add from the Marvel Universe. They ain't running out of cards anytime soon. You got to worry about it in like 16 years when the next card we get is like the spider that bit Peter Parker that one time. And when we're getting that card, then we're in trouble. No leeches tonight. We'll probably have some leech a little bit later. I like that deck quite a lot. Problem is the Spider-Man isn't really worth tutoring. I mean, he's got to learn somehow, right? Why rock first? You've seen Wolfsbane still get to 7 power if the other cards weren't revealed yet. I mean, it's better than playing rock second, right? There's no reason to play the rock second. We need Gwen. Gwen would be nice. How does Silver Surfer affect negative cards? It doesn't. Basically, if the card costs 3 base, it doesn't matter whether it's been flipped over or not. It will still get the buff. It just cares about like Killmonger. It just cares about whether or not the card had 3 cost when it turned up. Oh, we've been against a little bit of leech tonight. There has been a little bit of it. Yeah, Ant-Man enlarged. I want that card now. I want that card really bad. Just Ant-Man, but big. That would be so good. Alright, this rogue is going to be pretty clutch here, I think, to the point where I'm going to not play my Mr. Negative, and I'm going to snap. You want Spider-Gwen? For sure. For sure. With on reveal, calling out Spider-Man from the deck would be pretty good. For sure. Rock first gives them a rock if they lead her. That also is true. Yes. Sentry? Sentry's on the way. Yeah, Sentry's released soon, if I recall correctly. I really want that card, man. Ant-Man, but big. It's just... Alright, do I bother negativing at all? Probably not. We probably just brood into Mojo. We can always just, like, brood over here and not get the double from Wong, but... I think I would prefer to do it this way. Is Forge worth it in this deck? I think it is, yeah. I think it plays very, very well with Adam Warlock and with Brood, for sure. It's me, Ant-Man, but human-sized. Which would I choose, card-wise, Galactus or Null? Probably Galactus. I do want to find Galactus eventually. I'm very, very excited about playing with that card when I get the chance. This is a bit rough, unfortunately. I wanted to draw another 3, not the Iron Man. I guess we go with the Iron Man and see if it's good enough. Wow, chat is moving so fast. It's so difficult to get used to, but I love it. With Hellfire location, why can't Sarah reduce 2 cards being played? I'm not sure what that question is about, honestly. Ant-Man already has its big form. It's true. He does. He does. True enough. Brand new subscriber coming in. Thank you very much from Deshawn. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone, my friend. Would you replace Adam Warlock if you didn't have Bast? I would 100% do that, yes. Opponent's leader is going to win this game for them, unfortunately. Leader, good stuff. Whack Damn, thank you for the brand new sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. More brand new subscribers coming in. Thank you, Orkan. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Glad you're having a good time here tonight. Leader. Good stuff. Don't you love him? But yes, I would replace Adam Warlock. I would replace Adam Warlock for Psylocke and probably Bast for a card like Bishop or Ironheart. Null looks quite good to you. We actually did a brand new video today. If you want a video about the top 5 decks we recommend trying Null in early, I put out a video this morning about exactly that. And Safety Blade threw up an article about it as well. So you can always go and see our suggestions for Null if you're interested in that kind of thing. Ninja, sure. Pretty happy to Forge here into Brood. You think having the normal cards, so like Peter Parker, Bruce Banner, that would be kind of cool, actually. I would like that. I could definitely see that happening eventually, too. Oh, District X, Resident Sleeper. Alright, well, still going to Brood here. Opponent with the Lady Sif, discarding Apocalypse, sure. We find a Patriot, which is surprisingly kind of good here. I think we're going to White Queen. See what's up. We steal a Death. That's concerning. It would be really nice if we pulled that into play in Grand Central, though, wouldn't it? So I think we're going to go Mojo Patriot, and we're going to hope to pull Death in. And if we don't pull Death in, I would like to pull Mystique in and make another Patriot. That would be cool. Hey, but no, you're not supposed to do it for them as well. That's crap. Ah. That ruined my fun. You weren't supposed to pull their death into play. Faith, this is a copyright-free playlist, so I can't confirm or deny any of that, unfortunately. Opponent's always playing into Grand Central. Always. +2 power, 3 cards in hand. I guess this is our best bet. Yoink the Ronin. Hey, yeah, you're all good, folks. I knew it was an option. I was definitely considering my other options first, but yes, yoinking the Ronin is what we'll go with. I do love me some Rogue. What a card. Oh, Sanctum Sanctorium is pretty ass, but this hand is pretty reasonable. So let's give our hand some stats. Fisk Tower. Alright. Folks, if you're joining me tonight, do me one favour if you haven't done so already. Just a really small thing. Just like the stream for me. Press that button. Help us reach more people. It really helps me out. And I really, really appreciate it. Mr. Fantastic, obviously very, very good here for Sanctum Sanctorium. You just hit 70? Michael, you might think no one cares. But what I'm going to ask chat to do, if they're decent people, is I'd like everyone to say congratulations to Michael for hitting rank 70, please. You should be proud of your achievements. You should be proud of what you're proud of and doing a good job. So chat, do me a favour, please. Just congratulate Michael on reaching rank 70. I'd really appreciate that. Well done, bud. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you're enjoying the decks. Replacements for Bastard and Morlock, I would currently suggest Psylocke and Ironheart. Those would be my current suggestions. There we go. Chat being a gem. Don't go with caps, you'll get yourself timed out. But there we go. This is the way it should be. Well done, my dude. There we go. You love to see it, chat. You'd like the stream just for the HowlingMines beard? It's one of the few things I have going for me. So we don't win Sanctum Sanctorium here. We do have to make sure we win the others. And that's okay. We can win the others. Let's go. Congrats. All caps. Chat, I love you. Thank you for doing that. You hit Omega with pull 2 as well. Very well done, Shiro. Congratulations to you too, my friend. Killmonger will take out the Bast. Oh, that Cosmo might get us. No, it doesn't. We're all good. Cosmo does not stop us. We're all Gucci. Brand new sub coming in. Thank you very much. Neepit, appreciate you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We'll take our cubes. Gonna pop out for a few to check out the Noel video. Please do, Peter. Thank you very much, my dude, and keep enjoying the content. Appreciate you. Sometime I'll be coming for you. There you go. That's the way it should be. Yeah, folks, like, don't. There is way more to life than results. Like, if you're proud of your rank, you're proud of where you got to, be proud for Christ's sake. Well done, you. Psylocke. I said Psylocke, not Cyclops. This hand is reasonable. We're not going to play Bast into Shuri's Lab, though. Psylocke and Ironheart is where I would go. Ugh, don't put rocks in my deck, you ass. Alright, we also drew Adam Warlock a turn after I wanted to, which is a bit of a shame. Let's see if we can draw a card, shall we? Card draw, guaranteed. I would like to get these rocks out of my deck. Rock number 1, please. There it is. Atalan is going to shuffle. Okay, we'll Mr. Fantastic and deal with that. Do they have different servers? They do at the moment, Ivan. Matchmaking is regional at this moment in time, so you'll be playing against other people in your region, not worldwide. Although they do intend to change that in the future. Killmonger kills the Bast. Sure. Hulk Smash got you once, and I'm not going to let that happen again. The rewards are kind of whack. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens in terms of rewards. Alright, well, I guess I'm playing another Mr. Fantastic here, because otherwise my hand doesn't do anything. And we'll play a rock, because otherwise, it's in my hand. Can I get Absorbing Man in here? I'm not sure it would fit very well, unfortunately. Questions what the Levs do about Leader? Not sure. It's definitely a card that's getting a lot of feedback right now. That's for sure. You can't wait for friend battles and tournaments. I tell you what, chat, I can't wait to be able to challenge you guys live on stream. I really want to be able to do the, like, community games where I can, like, throw up to, like, members and stuff. And members get the chance to come and play live on stream. I think that would be really sweet. Any idea when you can play with friends? Not yet, I'm afraid. I do not have an answer to that question currently. Roadmap should be coming this month, though, hopefully. Too many rocks. Do we think the Surfer is going to be enough in this case? Probably not, right? Opponent's on 4 cards in hand. So we go 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. No, okay, we're out of here. We are out of here. Maybe you should VPN to try and go up against me. Oh. Consider me scared. Ben said about a month. There you go. That's more information than I had just now. Alright, going to take 1 or 2 more games with the negative Surfer list. Then I'm going to move on to a little something else, as we have been playing this one for a hot second now. Makes sense to keep switching it up after a handful more games. It is obviously very good. But, no! No! Don't discard the Surfer! I wanted that. Fine. Mojo World means I am going to forge into Brood an awful lot of the time here. It was in a Discord post. Cool. I don't recall seeing it, but I see so much Snap stuff that, like, it's so easy for me to forget something. Mystique. Sure. I would like to make some Broodlings, please. Hopefully they update the PC client. I'm kind of looking forward to that and dreading it, because I do want an updated PC client, but also it means I have to rebuild my entire overlay when they do, so that everything gets chopped up correctly again. Can I use Kazoo Sandman? Does that list not need Valkyrie? Let me go double check to remind myself, because I could be wrong. If it doesn't, then yeah, maybe. Not completely against that. Yeah, there's the tier 3 list at the moment that needs Valkyrie, right? Yeah, so I can't currently play that one until I have access to Valkyrie. It's in my shop, so I will look to play it in the near future. But I do not currently have access to Valk, so I'll likely have to pass for now. Losing the Surfer here was really, really bad. Don't know if we can win this. Try and draw a card from this Adam Warlock. Opponent with the blue marble. It's okay, Gabe. You don't have to apologize for that. I just had to double check. Sadly, I just don't have all the cards I wish I did. Feels like I'm going to be staring down an Ultron in a minute. How do we beat an Ultron? I don't think we do. So it'll be 2, 4, 6, 8 over here. So I think we beat everything but Ultron. Sadly, can't snipe the blue marble. I think for a cube, I'll stick around, but I think we're dead. Opponent does just go mid, so we are indeed dead to the Ultron. That's unfortunate. I think for a cube, I'm fine sticking around there. It's fine. Squirrel Girl. If the new layout doesn't suit you, there's still blue stacks. That's true. That's true. Had to think about it. Probably should have left there, honestly, even though it was only for the one cube, but I think we beat most things that aren't Ultron there. Home matchmaking gets better. Going against infinite players at 75 isn't nice. I can appreciate that. It's a complex system, for sure. A lot of moving parts. What location would I like to see added lore-wise? Oh, wow. That's a good question. Xavier's lab would be pretty cool. I guess just like more home planets, I guess, would probably be my initial thought. Just like where people are from is probably the... I don't have anything in particular off the top of my head. We got Titan already. Like, trying to think about like new characters' home worlds that we don't have currently. It's kind of would be the immediate thing that comes to mind for me. Gonna try and save this Bar Sinister for the lovely, lovely Surfer if we can draw it. Gonna run out Adam Warlock here with the intention of playing Mr. Fantastic next to it. Does the BlueStacks version work with the tracker? So, short answer, kind of no. Long answer, kind of yes. You can make that happen, but it is complicated as balls to make the right files talk to each other. If you want to know how to do it, you can come into the Discord and talk to our lead developer, who is fantastic with that kind of stuff. And he's written up a little post about how you can make that work. It's not designed for it, though. This is a bit annoying. I guess we just accept that we don't get all the Bar Sinister value this game. Yeah, it's... You can make it work, it's just kind of tedious. Alright, let's make some brood tokens here for lack of better things to do. If I'm going to storm out the bar, makes some sense. So we probably just slam the Iron Man over into Onslaught's Citadel here and hope that that's going to be good enough by itself. We find the Surfer too, which means I'm pretty happy to snap here with the intention of going Mystique into Surfer on the last turn here. You enjoyed the horror elements of Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. You could 100% tell Raimi directed it. You definitely could. I gotta be honest, I wasn't that impressed by Multiverse of Madness. It was actually surprisingly lackluster for me. All round, you could definitely tell Raimi directed it. Technically difficult Android version, it certainly is, I'm afraid. It is very, very difficult. That Sandman is a bit of a kick in the face. Oh, I don't think we win this. A couple of really rough games for us here, sadly. This deck very much has a target on its head, that's for sure. Yeah, I think we got to get out. No worries, Luke. I appreciate that. We're working on that stuff as quickly as we can. Old Smash indeed. Miles MT, thank you very much for the brand new sub, my friend. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Alright, folks, I'm actually going to move on to one of my favourite decks currently to switch things up for you next. So this one is a bit of a spin-off on a deck that we featured in the Infinite Decks of the Week article this week. This deck has been really fun for me, and I'd like to leech some people, so I'm going to leech some people. More importantly, this one, you do not need Black Panther or She-Hulk. You can just replace them with other fatties if you're trying to play this kind of deck on a budget. This is Ramp. This is Ramp, which if you're not familiar with the concept of Ramp, essentially we are looking to accelerate our mana as quickly, well our energy I should say, as quickly as we can over and over again to make sure that we are playing cards way ahead of curve, so that we're just kind of outclassing our opponent every turn on the final turns of the game. So the big cards you want to be paying attention to in this archetype, we've got 3 ways of accelerating. We've got Psylocke in this deck, who you will never play on turn 2. Don't play this one on turn 2. You're looking to play it on turn 3 to guarantee yourself an extra 5 cost card on turn number 4. We've got Electro for the same reason, and Wave last but not least as well, to guarantee us those cards earlier than we should normally get them. So we've got 3 ways to get ourselves to a 5 cost card on turn 4, to be followed by a 5 cost card on turn 5, or a 6 cost in Electro's case, and then we get to see, of course, many 6 cost cards coming up afterwards as well, after that on the final turn of the game sometimes. So look at the things we're trying to cheat in. I guess we'll go over the one outlier in this case first. Sunspot obviously very good in this deck, because you're skipping multiple turns a lot of the time, and also plays very well with She-Hulk overall. But in terms of big things, first of all, Leech. Leech is very good right now, and manages to be very solid at taking over against things like the Surfer decks, like Death and that kind of stuff in the first place. Really good at taking those abilities off your opponent on turn 4 especially. Black Panther here, very much just here as a stat stick. You're looking to have this be an 8 power card a lot of the time that plays very well with Odin. Sometimes it will be slightly larger than that depending on how the play patterns play out. We've got Aero here, of course. Soft Denial lets us move our opponent's stuff around and stop them from playing where they might want to play. We've then got all of our big 6s. So we've got Leader, of course, possibly the most hated card currently in Marvel Snap, just very good at making sure you lock up those final turns by making sure you're both playing the exact same cards. We've then got Doctor Doom, Odin, 2 very big, well-known hitters that are very good at doubling up on reveal effects, good at diversifying locations, playing to multiple places, or triggering things like Black Panther, Aero, and Leader all over again. We've then got She-Hulk in here, plays very well with Wave and Sunspot, which means she's my fat card of choice in this list at the moment. And then we have Magneto as the final piece of top end here. 12 stats is quite a lot, and being able to move away Cosmos and Wongs in a pinch is definitely a very real thing. So I've been having a lot of fun with this one, even though it is a little bit top heavy for the Series 3 and Series 4 type stuff. So I'm going to play a small handful of games with it now, and we're going to see how it fares on the ladder this evening. So let's do some ramping. Leader and Leech are both gross cards for sure. Yeah, Gabe, unfortunately you'll find a lot of the stuff that features on the tier list is definitely a little heavy on the pool 3 stuff especially. It's some really nice art for sure. So, Isle of Silence, you'll find again, we're basically doing nothing on turn 1, turn 2 a lot of the time in this deck. We're looking to start doing things on turn 3 if we do not draw Sunspot. So, will be a lot of early passing on our part. Got to be okay with that when you're playing this one. Savage Lands, sure, no big deal. We'll have some Raptors. Again, nothing for us on turn 2 here. We'll be looking to wave on turn 3 and start doing stuff. We got some options available to us. Doc Doom into Odin. Obviously very possible. Could do something like Doc Doom into Aero. Opponent with the Adam Warlock. It's a little scary. We draw ourselves Wave. Leader and Leech to go alongside this Wave. So we cannot stop them drawing cards, so we are unfortunately not going to be able to do that. We will just get our Wave on the table and then pick our large thing of choice. Do I think Snap will be an esport? I truly don't know. I think it depends very much on what Second Dinner want to do with their game, and also I think very much depends on card accessibility in a lot of cases too. But if it is, I would love to do some commentary. That would very much be my cup of tea, so you never know. Opponent here just taking their time on this one. Apologies for the fact I can suddenly feel gunk in my nose. I'm a bit blocked up. Ah, there we go. Should be alright. Bast, okay. Into Mysterio. So, is me leeching on turn 4 going to be worth it here? Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. I've got a bit of history in casting for other games. I've done a little bit of commentary here and there, but I've not done anything for Snap just yet. So I think there is a pretty good chance my opponent intends on playing Serra this turn, and if they like to play Serra, I kind of want to pull it into the Isle of Silence. I think Leech gets a lot worse when my opponent's hand is full of Bast stats. It feels like they've obviously just made tons of 3-power stuff in their hands, so I'm not really going to be looking to Leech them this game. I think I'm just going to try and aero this Serra. It's a blue marble, but that also works. Get your ass over here. No buff for you. I accept the terms of engagement. So now, I think we're good here with Leader likely locking this up. So we're going to go Sunspot, get the juice. And then probably just look to Leader on the last turn of the game here. I think we'll snap. But yeah, I enjoy doing casting. I enjoy... yeah, opponent agrees they are not beating their blue marble, getting sucked all the way across. Clean and easy. But yeah, I definitely enjoy doing commentary. I would be very on board with doing stuff like that. You talk really well. That's one way of putting it. Thank you. I don't know. It's something I guess I was always really self-conscious about as a kid. Was like how I talked. And I like being a personality and like trying to put on a show and stuff. So I did a lot of improv classes and stuff when I was younger. Tried to make myself better at it. Deck is full of rocks, but thankfully Sunspot is already in Luke's bar. But you know what we're going to do? Just because it's really funny. Pass. Like we do all the time. You don't have She-Hulk. Is Chavez or Moon Girl better to run in Bayro? Probably Chavez, I think. You want Rogue really badly, but $30 for that pass is kind of ridiculous. It is quite pricey, yeah. Opponent's deck is like all inked, which is nuts. So we're going to wave. Luke, that's a tough one. I think, honestly, the problem... you could probably live without Doom and Magneto, just play other fat idiots, but you really need the ramp for this deck to actually work. What is this location? Dude, double Luke's bar. So we reveal first here, so what I'm actually going to do is just kind of shit on my opponent a little and drag the thing they play out with Aero. We can send the Goblin back in a bit, don't worry. So dumb. Goodbye, opponent. Get out of here. Yeah, double Luke's bar, not exactly what anyone's looking for when they haven't already got units in that location. Eric, I believe you're right. Yes, it would. There was many things we could do there, all of which I think worked. Over into Mojo World. We will play this Medusa that was randomly spawned in our hand. Correct, checkers, it will not. That's definitely how you get around Luke's bar. Get your hand full. Get something to stay in there nice and easy. We draw our Sunspot. We're not going to be playing it, though, as we have a wave to play. Can I get an F in chat for opening M'Baku in the collector's cache? You certainly can, or at least I will try. Chat, do me a favour, please give me your largest, most aggressive F for every single person who has opened M'Baku so far. I'll even start you off with a large, aggressive F of my own. Rip to all of the M'Baku openers. Ivan, because I reveal first, they do actually play in the location, so it would work. We are going to snap and leech here, because that's what we want to do. F. There's the Fs. All the Fs. Aggressive Fs. Don't get yourselves timed out, though. I'm sorry, M'Baku openers. Opponent with the Sero, we do, of course, take away all the abilities. You've had M'Baku 3 times in the token shop, Jesus. Okay, let us... I think I prefer to Aero over Black Panther here. Let's drag some stuff. Indeed, yeah, if you drag with Aero first, they will indeed play in that location. Brand new subscriber coming in, Adrian, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Welcome to Marble Snap Zone. Matt, the concept here is basically, ramp basically means you are accelerating towards big things. It's a term from other card games. Is there a limit to boosters you can earn in one day? There is. I think it's like 1,000. I can't remember what the actual number is, but there is a limit. We might not be winning this, though. I guess we do it this way. This should be good enough. You're also a victim of M'Baku. Oof. We're not beating the Surfer here if it... Oh, no. Gambit's dangerous. No ability. No ability Gambit. We're all good. Easy clap. Don't you just love you some leader? Yeah, I think it's 1k. Takes a long time to get. It's not M'Baku tier, but the very first Series 3 card you got was Wasp. Oof. Also not a great one. Nice, good start for this deck so far. Certainly can't complain. It's doing the thing very consistently. Leader is also kind of messed up. So we have Dr. Doom here to try and circumvent the Sanctum Sanctorium, which is always good. Thoughts on Shuri? I honestly wish I had more thoughts on Shuri to give you. I haven't had the chance to play with it, and I do think the card is quite good. Excuse me, and has some potential in places, a lot of weird combos. But sadly, I just haven't had the chance to get my hands on the thing to learn more about it, so I can't really give you too much more of an informed opinion, sadly. Leader needs an nerf. It genuinely might do, yeah. It's pretty messed up. You just got Crystal. Oh, Crystal's not great either. Yeah, Wasp does see some play at least. Does see some play. Nick Fury and Adam Warlock. Look at my boy Adam now. Look at him go. Look at him go. Yellow Jacket also a pretty big oof, yes. We just gotta wait, like how no one would ever expected Wounded Paw. Yeah, maybe M'Baku's the secret tech. Maybe it's gonna be really good. And we just don't know it yet. I think Shuri's very solid. I just literally haven't been able to play a single game with her yet, so I can't confirm or deny. I just know anytime I play M'Baku, it's definitely going to jump out into the bar with no name, and I'm going to scream. I'm just going to, like, rip out my vocal cords in anger as M'Baku decides to seppuku his way into a location he has no business being in. Alright, well, the old turn 4 leech is a favourite of mine. Let's rip your hand to shreds. today's pool, Crossbones. Crossbones is underplayed in my opinion, sadly a bit worse than Jessica Jones and Rescue. Do you think they need to change how you get pool 4, or will the game die after a lot of people get their pool 3? Mystical, I have no idea, honestly. I do think progression is a bit slow right now. I know they're looking at it. There's definitely got to be some other ways around it, but do I know what they'll do? No, your guess is as good as mine, I'm afraid. Any idea of a substitute for Bast in the Valkyrie control deck? Unfortunately, Chris, I think that deck is pretty heavily based around Bast and Valkyrie as cards. I'm not sure you can play it without them. Your first pool 3 card was Patriot, and you got Mystique today. Very nice. Today's pool, Venom. Venom's a good one. Venom's definitely very sweet. Opponent might not be here. Opponent might have disconnected or left or something. These turns just kind of taking forever, sadly. Little bit of leechy goodness. No, they do have a play. They storm out the Onslaught Citadel, sure. So we accidentally ended up winning Sanctum Sanctorium, which is very, very funny to me. So I think I'm going Doc Doom on 5 here. Progression is way too slow. Meta changes quickly with new cards, but I'm missing a lot of Series 3 to make the most of them. Yeah, I kind of agree. I do think we need to speed things up a little bit. I know they are really impassioned about people having something to always try and collect, but I think at least give me like a card a week. Like, if I can get 1 card a week, I'll probably be okay with that, honestly. At the moment, I can't do that, and it's pretty miserable. So, we have already snapped. We have our good friend Leader here. We are probably going to be A-okay with the Leader doing its thing. As I say, I've not had a single new card since the patch dropped. Opponent agrees, they are toast. Good looking stuff. Some more cubes in the bank. Yeah, Mystical, as I say, I've literally not had a card since I bought stuff on patch day. Sorry ahead of time for a bit of a longer question. Never apologise to me for that. I will always try and answer it if I can. But here goes. Have you looked at how much better Cerebro 3 is with Bast and Warlock's inclusion? It already greatly boosts Cerebro, Iron Man, Mystique. We have, Eric, yeah. Cerebro 3 is actually on the tier list this week. It's a deck that we are definitely keeping our eyes on currently. We're interested in what it can do moving forward. We don't think it has enough data or proof to be climbing up steadily just yet, but it is a deck that we are very, very carefully keeping our eyes on. So we get to turn 4 Leech here again, which is definitely very, very strong. Yeah, Drake, I understand, my dude. I was there myself during beta, and obviously I'm on trying to grind up some other accounts now too. I do understand. It is definitely a bit disheartening at times. And, but I guess the thing is, folks, like, Second Dinner have proved they're very receptive to feedback. They like to listen to what people are enjoying about their game, what people aren't enjoying. That's why the token shop came into existence in the first place. So if it remains the case that, you know, people are like, hey, I don't want to play, I'm demotivated, you know, like, this, I don't get to find cards, it's not quick enough, and everyone's saying the same thing, they'll change something about it because they're a good company like that, at least in my opinion. I don't see an issue in them giving 100 collector tokens as a daily login reward. Not sure about that. Maybe something like that is fine. Go to Tokyo. Okay, so I think I would prefer to Electro over Wave here, even though I will never use the second one. Pulled Zero this morning. Zero is a sweet card. Zero has a surprising number of homes. It's so safe to snap with Leader for every time you outplay a Leader and win against them. They've won 10 games with it already. I do think people overestimate how many games they just win with Leader, but yeah, it's surprisingly safe a lot of the time. Obviously not against things like Blue Marvel or Silver Surfer, where sometimes they can, you know, have more stats than you on their final turn, regardless of you copying their stuff. But Leech goes a long way to solving that problem. Eric, no problem, my friend. Happy to help. That's what I'm here for. Wow, our opponents these last couple of turns are taking their sweet time. Is not the best for content when turns take quite this long. NF, if you're watching the stream, just tell me. I'll tell you where I'm going to play stuff. At least then we can pick up the pace. Okay, they're just not here, apparently. Sure. This one is cruising so far. Ramp, ramp. Well, and leech. Leech also in a very good place right now. Next deck on Zero, please. So we featured Zero Destroy on the tier list this week. I think I'm missing something from it, though. I can't remember. I'd have to look. Not against playing a Zero deck, for sure. Onslaught's your worst enemy playing leader. It can do that to you, yeah. You've been pull 3 complete and bought credits missions in both bundles since the change. You've gotten 3 cards from boxes. Yeah, I've not bought the bundles, admittedly. And I've had 1 card. 1 card from boxes. I bought Bast, I bought Thanos, and I have opened She-Hulk. That is it. And I've bought both season passes, but I don't spend any other money, admittedly.
So,
Brand new subscriber coming in. Pedro, thank you very much, friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. I appreciate you. Alrighty, looking for a ramp piece. Psylocke counts. We will throw you out into Mojo World and look to accelerate our way into a She-Hulk. You know what someone said, which I thought was good, is collection caches should use a pick 1 of 3 system. I don't think that's the way to do it. I'll leech instead. That's also fine by me. I do love me a turn 4 leech. I think I would prefer the token shop to be an actual shop, if that makes sense. I would much prefer the token shop to be like, yeah, you can buy this card for 1,000, or this card for 1,000, or this card for 1,000, or this card for 3,000, or this card for 6,000, or this card for your left finger. Like, whatever you prefer to have in there, but having an actual shop so that you can like browse and select the thing you want to buy that day, that would be nice. Hoping for my deck, I can appreciate that, Puny. You bought the Rogue Gambit bundle so you could farm the records easier. As good a reason as any. Leech. Alrighty, our turn 5 play is not going to be Super Scroll because we drew Arrow, so I think I would like to pull my opponent's stuff into the hub this turn. Whee! Rock. Spider-Man. Okay, so that Spider-Man also has no abilities. Please don't tell my wife I bought it. I'm very sorry, but I would like to announce to the universe, Boros, whoever you are out there, never having met you, or your real name, or anything about you, I would like your wife to know you bought the bundle, and you should be ashamed. We should be good here with a leader. Once again, leader is just kind of crackers. Whee! What a stupid card. What's with the ropers? We got a number of ropers today. Stop telling anybody. Mr. Streamer, you weren't supposed to say that. That's against the rules. I'm ruined. I hope you're not being serious. I am. I very much thought we were on the same page. F in chat for Boros. F in chat. Playing with the Agent 13, no worries at all. We have our Electro into Leech here. Raft, not really a location we want to see with this deck. We don't really ever fill it. Opponent agrees that we don't want to see it and turns it into a throne room, which I will accept. Perfectly balanced, isn't it just? Isn't it such a balanced card? A little bit of Electro in the morning. Oh! Opponent. Also with my Electro. So it's going to be like that, huh? Well, I have a Leech. Do you have a Leech? You know what to do when you're going to lose? Just win. Just win the game instead. It's really simple and really easy. His wife watches the stream. Sorry about that. Oh, that's a really dangerous Dr. Octopus. However, I can feel the Shang-Chi in my bones that is about to get completely ruined by this leech. If they've got a Shang-Chi in their hand, I feel so sorry for them. Iron Dude. Good evening, Cameo. Why are so many people suddenly playing Leech and playing Ramp? So the reason for that right now is two of the decks that people are most scared of are the Surfer-based decks and the Death and She-Hulk-based decks. And Leech is exceptional against both of those game plans. And that's mostly why you're starting to see so much of it seeing play right now. And we get to do the whole... Yeah, opponent's gone. Goodbye. That awful, awful poor guy. Streamer, win the video game, please. I'm on it, Metastatic. I got you covered. That Dr. Octopus was not one that I would recommend anyone do. Don't do that. Please don't pull like 18 energies worth of cards into play. It's not recommended. Doc Ock was really good during Lamentus as a hot location, but that's really kind of about it. Can you play this deck without leader? I think you can. I think, for the most part, the only cards you absolutely have to play this deck are Psylocke, Electro, and Wave. I genuinely think it doesn't work without that. However, I think, obviously, leader and stuff is very, very good, and you will lose games to not having that effect. But you can play it as long as you have the actual acceleration cards. Doc Ock with Bar with no name is pretty hot. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. But wasn't Ramp there before and decks that were based on cards? They were, but less so like turn 6 combos, right? A lot of the combos you were playing against before were like super dialed into cards like Serra, or even like Mr. Negative, for example, which came out early in turn 6. A lot of the big combo decks right now, they all care about turn 6, which makes Leech a lot better, which is a big thing. Thank you for the kind words, I appreciate that. Where can you find decks on Snapzone that don't have Series 4 or 5 cards? Tyler, there are a couple of copies of decks in the tier list that contain no cards from either tier list. There are plenty of submitted decks that have no... from either series, sorry. Plenty of submitted decks that have no cards from either series. And, spoiler alert, I will be doing a video later this week on Series 3 only decks that I would play right now. So if you're looking for lists I would recommend with no pull 4 or 5 cards, I have a video coming to help you out, fingers crossed. Thank you for the brand new subscription, Stelios, I appreciate you, that really means a lot. Can you get all pull 3 cards at any CL level if you're super hard? No, pull 3 starts at a certain CL and ends roughly about 2900. Somewhere in that kind of ballpark. Diego, you don't have Leader and She-Hulk, which one can you replace them? Basically any big fat card, anything with large amounts of stats. You'll miss Leader, She-Hulk is super replaceable. Don't worry about that one. I'm not sure we're actually winning this one. No worries, Tyler. Happy to help. And happy to help you as well, Camo. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, so it's 486 upwards, something like that. Opponent with their own wave. No effect on it, which is quite funny. 474, that sounds more believable too. Okay, so do we have any options here? We can clear out the big house. Maybe we're just clearing out the big house. Let's try that. Unfortunately, we lose that one on Breakers, because our opponent has their own Magneto. After stealing our own Magneto, which is a real shame. Too many Magnetos to play through. No worries, Mystical. I'll try and help if I can. Is Mr. Negative good without Surfer? Less good. Playable, but less good. Is Leech this good? Leech is very strong right now. Leech is very, very strong at the moment into the expected metagame, in my opinion. It's definitely a tech card. Definitely a tech card. But unlikely. Can you get all of pool 3 before under 2k? So, without collector's tokens, no. Why did I just play that Psylocke? This is because I'm not paying attention. I should never have done that. I meant to hold that till turn 3, and instead I got distracted because I wasn't paying attention. Thankfully, She-Hulk might bail me out a bit here, which is fine. Also, rude. If I was rude in any way, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. You tend to expect most collections to finish at about 2,900, somewhere in that kind of ballpark. That was very silly of me. What about a Leech and Mr. Negative combo? I mean, maybe. Maybe. For sure. Best use of gold. So you can either use it to reroll missions to get yourself XP and credits, or you can instead save it up and buy bundles. You can do that too. We're actually not winning this, which is kind of crazy. Hey Maxence, hope you're doing well. So Wave into Leech is preferable over Odin to reproc Wave? I think so. I'm not 100% sure though, in fairness. Magneto can help us out here by pulling these back out later on. So let's just... I think we skip on the Leech this time. Let's just Aero mid this turn. Appreciate the sub, Puny. Means a lot. Opponent Juggernauted for me, which is interesting. No, so opponent's going to Surfer here. Can we beat Surfer? We can beat Surfer. You just buy a Booba variant. Completely up to you. Do what you wish with your gold. It is, after all, yours. Opponent doesn't even have the Surfer, so they get out of dodge. Reasonable. Pretty good, thank you. Doing pretty well. Having a good time jamming games with the community tonight. Yeah, anytime you get gifted Agatha, it is quite funny. You think the math is slightly in favour of waiting on the bundle? I believe so. So my understanding, if all you care about is EV, save your gold to buy bundles, but that takes forever. You'll get a burst of cards every couple months, and if you prefer to do it otherwise, then it's easier to refresh missions if you just want cards constantly. Doom could have won. Doom loses to Surfer, I think, right? Surfer plus another 3 anyway. I think. Bart Sinister is not bad for us, truth be told. We will Electro here. Is there like is there like a sort cap to how low you can get all pull 3 cards? Mystical, I don't think there's anything that's like the lowest amount. I say I got all of my Series 3 cards at about CL 2900, but I know some people that have finished it at about 2600. I don't know of anyone who's finished it lower than that. I think it's very much going to differ from player to player. You're entirely too impatient for the bundles? Me too. Me too. Leech on 4? Don't mind if I do. Ego overwrites Agatha, doesn't it? Good question. I think it does, if I recall correctly, but I'm actually not sure. Opponent will Moon Girl and create copies of stuff with no effect. Omega is just rank 80 upwards, Didi Aka? I might have butchered that name, I'm sorry. Is rank 80 upwards. So we are currently revealing second, unfortunately. I think I go with the Aero here. Token rewards must be fixed. I mean, maybe. We'll see how tokens go out. If you spend all 9,000 tokens on Series 3, you'll finish at around 2,600. That makes some sense to me, honestly. Could you play a Wong deck next? The Loop decks. If you're talking about the Hazmat decks with Luke Cage, I do not have the cards, unfortunately. You are a 4. So we just Magneto here, right? Magneto's just absolutely disgusting in this spot. If it pulls both the 4s. D&D tonight, very nice. I'm jealous. Have a good time for me, Boros. Magneto into Fisk Tower is the things dreams are made of. Oh yeah, Magneto left is definitely the play here. I would like to slide your 4s to death. Was just wondering, maybe you should go to sleep. I mean, I don't know what time it is where you are, but make sure you're well rested. Just waiting for any tokens. Oh, I understand. I've had Valkyrie pinned for like 2 weeks now. It's pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly. Opponent thinking that they're stuffed through. And they would like to leave. Reasonable. Alrighty. Steadily making our way up through 83. This deck's been very, very solid. It's very linear. It does the same thing over and over again. But that's mostly fine when you're doing something that's just kind of fundamentally quite powerful. Yeah, Mystical, it is what it is. Like, sadly, the truth is I'm just not in a financial position to drop money on Marvel Snap. I don't make that much money. I spend when I can. I buy the battle passes. I'll put a little bit in when I get the chance to. That is not a good location for us. But I will fire off this turn 3 leech. And you can't stop me. So, you know, I'll be able to play with cards when I get them. And hopefully that's sooner rather than later. But I can't make it go any faster. I ever listen to Radiohead? I do. I do listen to Radiohead on occasion, actually. Needed to mention it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fighting with the Professor X. Sure. So I've lost the negative zone. That's fine. We will just fire off this leader, I guess. Yeah, titles are quite redundant, in my opinion. So we're sending green goblins over to each other. Sure. That's genuinely quite funny. So I do think we wave here. But I mostly think we do it on the right in case we draw Odin. Hey Diego, hopefully you're doing very well, my friend. Good to see you. Am I on Twitch? I am personally. Oh, Spider-Man might be bad for me here. Oh no, it's good. It has no ability. It's fine. Is the stream currently on Twitch? No, we're not multi-streaming right now. We might do in the future though. £6. So no Odin for us here is a bit unfortunate. We can try and pull Spider-Man with Magneto. Leaves our opponent with 5 in the middle, or 5 minus 3 in the middle for 2. So we probably don't win that either. Aero probably isn't good enough. Yeah, the plan was hopefully to draw Odin here, and we kind of didn't. I think I'm out of here. Can't see a way to win that, unfortunately. Don't think I missed anything there, but I can't see a way to guarantee we win both locations.
No. We're a
Brand new sub coming in, Nuddle. Thank you very much. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone, my friend. Glad you're enjoying the show today. That was indeed one chunky hobgoblin, courtesy of the Peak. Even more new subs, Matt S. Thank you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. We draw our sunspot from Hell's Kitchen. Deal. Even more subs, guys. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you. Basling, welcome to the channel. Means a lot. Appreciate all these new subscribers. I'm glad you're enjoying the content.
Okay.
Thank you for hanging out. Even more subscribers. Maxence, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Welcome on into the channel. Folks, if you are enjoying the show tonight, I ask of you one small thing. If you haven't already, please consider liking the stream. It does us wonders. If you're chatting in chat, if you're liking the stream and pressing that thumb, it helps us reach more people, gets our content out to more people overall. So just pressing that thumb for us really pleases the algorithm, and I would really appreciate it if you could do that for me. Thank you very much. Yeah, Magneto's chance there was pretty slim, I think, and for that reason, I'm out. Electro will set us up with a arrow. I think I'm just going to be playing this arrow into Fisk Tower. Opponent snaps. Let's see where you play your stuff. Arrow might make you sad. No, they play into Fisk Tower, so they are okay. No punish from Arrow. So, I think I actually want to Magneto here to try and turn off Warpath. That is the plan. That's not going to work in the face of Professor X. And I assume this is just going to be Destroyer. And we don't beat Destroyer mid in any way. Because we can't keep this lane safe. If we do. We beat Spectrum, but we don't beat Destroyer. I think I'm out. I think there's a good chance that based... Now, leader mid doesn't do us any good, chat. We just kill all our own stuff. If our opponent plays Destroyer and we leader, we just get toasted. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I can actually beat a Destroyer in that spot, unfortunately. And I think based on how early my opponent snapped, I think it's very likely they have it. So I think I'm not giving them the extra 2 cubes and I'm just getting out. I think it's like way too likely there's a Destroyer there, based on how early the snap happened. So lucky to open all the pool 3 best cards, but I can't make a deck around them because you're missing the components for them. Sonic, it's another problem you can unfortunately have. You do kind of need to open the best of both worlds to be able to put stuff together. Carmitage, that could be pretty good in the future. For now, I am going to Electro my way into, hopefully, a big-ass 5-cost card. Yeah, fair enough, Peter. It's definitely not for everybody. I don't mind Destroyer on occasion, but when it's popular, it's a bit boring. I don't mind it if it's not popular. Alright, Black Panther into Carmitage is going to be the name of the game here. Opponent with the White Queen, sure. So we've got some Dino shenanigans going on here. They are getting multiple copies of one of our 6s, but Lord knows which. Well, that's certainly something. Maybe we can... I guess whatever 6 they got, they can play this turn anyway, so maybe not. Let's Aero. Aero beats Professor X, so let's do that. Sorry if this is a silly question, but how good is Psylocke in this deck? It's really solid, mostly because our plan is to always play an acceleration card on turn 3 to guarantee us a 5-cost card as quickly as we can. And Jubilee doesn't do that. Psylocke does if we just hold it until turn 3. So, okay, so we lose if they hit our Doctor Doom. But not if we play leader. Let's go. Nice. Isn't this card fun and fair? Richie, thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're enjoying the website. That's good stuff. Yeah, the games are definitely quick with Destroyer, that's for sure. Brand new subscriber coming in. Appreciate you, Dean. Thank you so much. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Yeah, leader lets us beat the Doom too. Leader lets us beat opponents stealing our Doom, I should say. Feels leader, man. So we hold this Psylocke. Get some juice in our Sunspot. Opponent with the Scorpion, sure. Feels leader, man. Alright, we'll get the zero power Psylocke and just go to my opponent. I don't really care about that. Green Goblin. Sure. Mystical Being, I actually have no idea. I think it could be different ones. It might have been the same one. Let's go! Anytime I leech on 4, I always tend to snap first because a lot of people want to run away afterwards. What pool is leader? Leader is in Series 3. Yeah, Peter, leader is quite good. Opponent with the Sunspot, we're going to leech your whole hand away. There's no better feeling than playing Taskmaster and watching their leader get wrecked. Totally. It's a pretty sweet one, actually. Alright, let's throw a 5 into Lekuguela. We've got more than enough stuff to be doing to not have to worry about the rocks. Opponent with the Gamora with no text. Seems good. And we can look to... What do we want to do here? Doom? I think we probably play Doom, right? Seems the best thing we can do across the board. Opponent didn't retreat on the turn 4 leech, admittedly, which is normally what you see happen. Big old Giganto left is a tie. Wow. I guess Giganto gets them a tie because they can play it wherever they like. That's quite funny. Yeah, leader copying Zola is funny as hell too. I like leader copying Carnage. Playing Carnage randomly on the final turn can often be quite funny. Alright, Sunspot Disco. We're looking for a ramp piece. Looking for any of our pieces of acceleration. That's the funniest Iceman I have ever seen. Have you ever seen a turn 1 Iceman with no target? I have never seen that happen before. That is hilarious. Greetings to Brazil. I'm from the UK. Good to meet you. So no acceleration for us here means if we skip 3, we're playing She-Hulk on 4. Which is fine. I just got leech from a chest. I'm so sorry, everyone. Leader in a -1 Zola that got Scorpion. That's so funny. Alright, here's a 10 ball. Corner pocket. Sub for Aero, I think you can basically play any 5-drop you like, honestly, Fabio. I think for the most part, it just matters that it's got stats and that it's a reasonable effect. So, I definitely don't think you want Professor X. I think you probably want something bigger and like just larger body. But most 5-cost cards are probably fine. Opponent's Daredevil goes off. Unfortunately... we're kind of stuck. I can't. I can let Sunspot do its thing, though. Like, I'm just going to try and let Sunspot carry me, basically. No worries, Fabio. Happy to help. Play nothing on turn 5. Opponent retreats. That's so funny. Oh, man. Killmonger doesn't exist, don't worry. It's not real. The best Daredevil counterplay is just do nothing. This hand is shaping up pretty good. Way too smart, folks. Quake? Who's playing Quake? What the hell? Too many gooses for their taste, for sure. Way too many gooses. Alright. We'll throw the Electro in the middle. I think we are snapping now. If we draw Leech, that would be fantastic, but we... Okay! Time to disco. Opponent wants to go the whole hog. Haven't again. About you. Storm in the mirror dimension. Sure. So, we are just going to be playing the Arrow over here, even though it's not ideal. Need to get a body in here before it's too late. Taskmaster is a cliche villain. We take those. Flame Drone X is playing Quake. That was a simple question. It's like, who wants to be a millionaire? Me. Next question. What would I consider a good She-Hulk alternative? Same thing, honestly, Joe. The only cards you really, really have to have in this deck, in my opinion, are nothing more than Psylocke, Electro, Wave. I think a lot of the top end, you can play mostly what you want. Ooh. We lose to a number of things here, but I do think we're staying in for the full amount. Like, we lose to a Doctor Doom. Nice, Spider-Man. This deck is really solid. It's been a blast playing this one so far. As a free-to-play player, if you want to min-max your progression, should you spend your tokens on Series 3 cards or wait to pin the best 4 or 5 ones? So, I think at the moment, I would suggest recommending picking up Series 3 cards more than any particular Series 4 or Series 5 card, simply only because they're going to come down over time. Because the Series 5 and Series 4 cards are going to decrease down to lower levels, I think you're better off spending them on cards that you know are going to stay where you are. Imagine if I played Leader there. That would have been stellar. But so unfortunately, Iceman hit our Electro here, so we actually have to do it the slow way. I do it with the Wave. Doing it with Wave is never ideal because it's way more dangerous. Oh, Luke, that's very sweet of you, my friend. Mr. Streamer, have you tested Arnim Zola? I got Ramp into Panther, into Zola, into Odin on Zola. I've not tested Zola. Zola could be an interesting one. I think for the most part, I want my cards to be independently powerful. But I think there's definitely arguments to all of the above. I'm going to try and Leech. And as always, I will snap before my turn 4 Leech. Because people tend to leave after this. I've not tested Zola. I think I just want raw power, but not sure. Doggo instead of Black Panther? Sure, seems okay. Opponent's leader will leech me! No! Don't do it! Now I'm only left with a pile of stats. That's actually really bad, because I needed this Doctor Doom. And I needed this Doctor Doom quite badly. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Leech is really good, folks. Especially when you get leeched yourself, because... yeah, I would like to leave now. Oof. Turns out most people leave after a turn 4 leech, myself included. Goodbye. Hey, Yabbers, good to see you. Arrowing Zola is very nice, yes. Leech and Leader. Beautiful, well-designed cards. Murray Isle is not the best location for us traditionally, but we can stick our Sunspot in there without too much trouble. Alright, looking for a ramp piece that isn't Wave, ideally. Wave is always the riskiest one. Because you have to give your opponent the ability to play ahead of curve too. Obviously you have way more good things, but you know. This deck should be called Dies of Cringe. Noted. We draw the Electro, which is actually pretty reasonable. Let's chuck you over in Miriam. Opponent will Gambit my Sunspot. That is a bit of a shame, actually. Leech is pretty good against most of the expected metagame right now, but there's obviously just matchups where it's too slow. Knowing when and where is definitely the trick there. So, I'm going to arrow into the negative zone, because I think on average, our opponent's thing will be smaller than ours. Like that Jubilee, which unfortunately is, oh, okay, that's a bit big. So, we can... How do we want to do this? We can Doom here to fill up. I think Doom works best in case I draw Odin, actually. Lead is a reasonable follow-up. I would love to draw Odin. Magneto might be solid for pulling Gambit out. I think Doom is correct. Gamora. Yeah, no, not playing mid right now. Come back in a moment. Right, now I can just lead her, right? Depends on where this Gambit lands. That might not be okay. Oh, dude, what a brutal Gambit. The Gambit has to hit on the right, and the Tiger has to go left. That kind of sucks. It's a pretty brutal one to lose. Is She-Hulk performing well in this deck? It's a bit anti-synergistic with Electro, yeah. But for the most part, you find that it gives you a decent black-up plan if you brick on the ramp to be able to have something to play on turn 4. And it's just kind of like bigger than America Chavez. So, it's been mostly fine. Sunspot into Atlantis is pretty reasonable, I think. Put some music on. There's some music in the background. It's just on the quieter side. They were a bit lucky there. But that's going to happen sometimes. That is snap for you. Pure skill, of course. Of course. Okay, so it looks like we're relying on Wave again this game, unfortunately. She-Hulk is also good with Sunspot, yes. Yeah. Also, Wave on 5 into She-Hulk something else on 6 is also quite solid. Is Sandman any good in this deck? That's an interesting thought. I don't think you ever really get time to play him. But maybe. So we actually don't reveal this turn, which is super annoying. So what I think I'm actually going to do is play nothing. Sunspot can continue to grow. Now we just play the She-Hulk on 4 into Arrow into a 6. Yep, that's the plan. Opponent will Carnage, sure. This deck's way worse without Doggo. I disagree. It's been doing pretty well for us tonight so far. It's felt very reasonable. So opponent waived for us instead. So does that change our plan? We have no Odin here, unfortunately, to guarantee just like leader into leader, which would be quite nice, but... I think I go with Magneto mid here. Pull the wave in.
What just happened?
Brand new subscriber coming in
Please
here.
don't kiss me.
Chav. Welcome. Appreciate the sub. Electro is not good by itself, honestly. Tau, no. You very much need a supporting cast to put it together. So this ends up being 18 base, so it ends up being fine, I believe. I think we're okay. Lockjaw, yes. We could theoretically play Lockjaw, but I prefer to have consistent acceleration on turn 3 into 5 drops, because there's nothing I want to be putting back, like playing after Lockjaw here. Like, the arrow is going to have us beat here, unfortunately. Wait. No, the arrow still has us beat here, unfortunately. Unfortunate. Yeah, we're way too top heavy to be playing Lockjaw, I think. I think that's a very different deck. You need things like Iceman and Wasp to put back into the deck to cheat fatties out, which is not what we're trying to do. We're trying to use Electro, Wave, and Psylocke, and then just all fatties all the time. Opposing arrow there, kind of gnarly. Mikal, I appreciate where you're coming from. This list has made Infinite in the hands of players that we've already kind of featured on the channel. I have no reason to believe it's bad. In fact, if I look at my tracker data, our win rate is actually very, very good right now. So at the moment, I have no reason to believe this deck is bad in any way. Appreciate where you're coming from, but at the moment, it's been doing pretty well for us, actually. Interesting. I'm pretty fine to pick a fight over Avengers Compound here, drag my opponent's stuff over. Very nice. And we have our choice of 6. This is probably just going to be like leader into Odin, I imagine. Maybe not. Maybe we kind of need to draw Doom here in an ideal world. This is a modification of the Asia list, yeah. It's not exactly the same. I removed the copy of Death at the top end, but it's pretty similar. Yeah, okay, let's do it this way. We don't need to Odin, we can just Magneto. Can Magneto over here for stats, and then leader should lock it up, I hope. Hobgoblin, sure, that's still a very large disparity on bodies here. So we should be A-okay to leader here and be just fine. This whole deck list makes me want to cry. I am so sorry. I can't take credit for this one again. We featured it in Infinite Decks of the Week. I've just made some slight adjustments to kind of fit my own personal playstyle. Isn't Leech then leader always the play? I mean, Leech unfortunately would offer us significantly less stats. I'm not sure it's always the play. That Shang-Chi is kind of bad news. I guess we lose to Shang-Chi. Jonathan, if I Odin the Hobgoblin, I'm not winning any other location. It's definitely something I could have done, but I just don't win any other location that way. Passed on Lockjaw Dracula. Is she worth refreshing the stop for? She's good. I'm not sure anything is necessarily like worth refreshing the shop. Like, leader mid would have won. Yes, it would have. It would have in that case. That's very much just a case of getting unlucky, I suppose. But I suppose if we can... Yeah, okay, that's not getting unlucky. We could play around Shang-Chi there by playing leader mid, I guess. No, that doesn't change anything, right? We still get the Magneto, Shang-Chi'd. No, we still lose that, I think, right? I would like this to get punched, so... Oh, Peter for sure, yeah. It's really nice to have those final turn plays in the face of leader. Oh, opponent storms to ruin my fun, so I have to actually have this Electro in play. A shame. Leader into leader certainly can be. Opponent will get the Moon Girl too. It's pretty good. They snap back. I don't think I can afford to leech here, sadly. Magneto can pull Storm out of here. Maybe that's the avenue. Left by one mid by 2. Might have been enough, actually, yeah. Okay, let's, Odin left with proc arrow and remove the goblin. We didn't have the Odin though, did I? Well, no, I guess that would, yeah. No, but we don't get the Odin without the leader, so... Alright, the plan here is to Magneto pull these out. Looks like it's going to work too. Killmonger on the Sunspot is pretty rough, but I think we're A-okay. Opponent should be getting out of here now. I don't see any way of them winning this game, so we can kind of do whatever the hell we want. Here we go. Magneto kind of being very, very clutch. Mr. Streamer, I'm heading off. Was nice to catch you live for once. I'm glad you managed to, Cameo. Good luck grinding and thank you for the... I appreciate you. That really means a lot. Thank you for hanging out. And enjoy the rest of your day. I appreciate you. Okay, we do have a piece of ramp, which is more than fine. Wave, of course, is the worst one, but we take it. It's the kind of game that I guess I'll have to watch back. The leader game with Shang-Chi. I think that was probably winnable, but the numbers don't really stick in your head while you're trying to do 6,000 things while you're live streaming, so... What level did I start on today? 79, I believe. So we're up like 4 4 rank. We're only up like 40 cubes today. Not a lot. We had a pretty rough time with the Sarah deck at the start of the stream. And then, slowly but surely, the negative deck and this one have slowly pulled it back. I don't mind if this Electro dies, so mid it goes. Yeah, we're only up around 40 cubes today. Not a ton. Do I work on the Marvel Snap Zone website? I certainly do. That's why I'm here on the Marvel Snap Zone channel. Okay, what do we want to do here? Aero versus Panther. Aero versus Panther. Think we just Panther? Green Cookie, I'm glad you think so. I try my best. I get excited on some stuff. No worries, Mikhail. Happy to help. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I will be doing plenty more videos. Don't worry. So I think we now Doom into Odin is the plan here. Do I know if any public API for the Marvel Snap card database? I do not. I'm afraid. I do not have any kind of information of that regard. That's a bit unfortunate. That's a nasty arrow. I think we still go for this. I think we do still Odin the Panther. Easy clap. Look at that. Panther with no Zola. Yeah, for the most part, it's in this list mostly just as a stat stick. You want it to be like 8 for 5 on turn 4 a lot of the time, and sometimes you will do what we just did there and Odin it up to 16. You very much are just playing it in this list as raw stats. Zola doesn't tend to play very well with the other 5-cost cards in the deck, so it tends to be a bit of a rough one to draw if you don't draw the Panther. And we're also just like not a Wong deck, so. Mojo World is not a good location for us, but sure. With Odin on Doom have been viable to help cover mid-bow. Odin on Doom. Does that lose to the leader? I think I have to try and win Baxter Building, but I could be wrong. The stream has been quite long. 20-sided turtle, I believe the card that was being referred to was Lockjaw. I think. Just pull Brood from a reserve. There you go. Go, 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 go. Jam some surfer goodness. Happy to help. Happy to help. Alright, you know what's really fun? Chat, do you know what's really fun? Giving your opponent an Electro. Oscorp Tower, send it over there! Yeah, this one was Lockjaw, but yes, Cosmo is the other doggo. But filling their hand up, I'm really hoping they do not have the Dino already. The Dino might be a little hard for us to handle if it's already in hand. Aero. Sure. We're fine with that. You snap here because you they may leave. I certainly did. I did snap, don't worry. It might not have been obvious, but I did snap before we sent the Electro over. Why we're currently on 2 cubes. They choose to send a green goblin over to me. Well, they accidentally put more bodies for me into Mojo World, which is quite funny. So, I guess what we do now... What do we do now? We can lead at Odin, which should just lock up most things. I guess I would rather play it to the right because there's already 2 bodies here. Yeah, the snap sound effect just didn't come through. It's all good. There be the dino. Let's go. Let's go then. Yeah, the effect must have just got lost in the background. Don't worry. Folks, I'll ask you one final time tonight. If you've been enjoying the show, please do me one of a small handful of things to show your support for Marvel Snap Zone. If you haven't already, please like the stream. Just give us a like. It goes a very, very long way. Wow, shit. We did not win that. That's unfortunate. Anywho, it goes a very, very long way to supporting the channel, and I would really appreciate it if you could. If you haven't, please consider subscribing like Benton just has. Really appreciate you as well. Means an awful lot one way or the other. And alternatively, if you want to support us even more, you can become a member. And get that nice special little badge in chat. And those bonus little emotes too. It all goes a very, very long way. Port, that is totally fair. I'm a human. That's going to happen. Misplays are a part of being live on stream in front of hundreds of people. It is kind of the way that it goes. You're all good. People got to remember, my brain is bouncing in like 600 places at the same time when we're live. Like, I will just miss obvious stuff. I will just fluff games. It happens. There's a bit of a delay too, that's the thing. Like, it's not so much that you're too slow, like there is also a delay on the stream between real life and when it gets to you, so that's gonna happen too. It's okay, Port, no problem at all. Like, it was for the content, not quite. Yeah, it's just, I need people to remember that sometimes, you know. It's like, yeah, the streamer makes misplays. I make tons of misplays. Brand new sub coming in, thank you very much. Locks it here, appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. I would like to arrow into the space throne because it's going to be really funny most of the time. Daniel, thank you for the brand new sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel.
So,
even more subs coming in. I appreciate you too, Gabriel. Thank you so much. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Looks like we might not be pulling anything thanks to this lockjaw. Big sad. Yeah, I make mistakes. But as long as people know that, then it's going to be a-okay. Have you heard there'll be any change to the token shop? I have not. I've not heard of any changes coming up, unfortunately, Zaratu. The second we hear anything, it will be up on the Snapzone website. But sadly, I do not have any inside information. Thankfully, I believe Odin is going to make this one our game. Thanks to Black Panther doing its thing. And gaining a nice chunky 16 power. See if the opponent sticks around. If they drew Mjolnir off the Jane Foster, they might very well think they're good. Hulk and Hammer, I believe, is what's going on here. Indeedy. Give some juice to Thor. We will Odin. Add more juice to our Panther, and we will be A-okay. There we go. Much nicer, that one, this time around. We'll take some of those cubes we threw away back. Been stuck in 83 for a hot second with this deck, unfortunately. It's the way that it do be sometimes. Starlight Citadel, sure. We will just get this Sunspot on the go. But yeah, appreciate all the likes, all the subs, and all the memberships tonight. It's been very, very appreciated. Happy that you guys are enjoying the work we're doing over here. Makes me feel better about myself. We had some, well, I should say I had some really nasty comments after the tier list, so the confidence boost goes a very long way. So we do have a piece of ramp here. Unfortunately, it's wave, which is the one we'd really rather not draw if possible to give our opponent the chance to do big things too, but we're not going to not do it. Opponent will brood. Okay. So I think I actually am just going to fire off this Magneto and pull all these broodlings if possible. Because that would be pretty good. So we will snap and try and drag all these broodlings out of the way into Starlight Citadel. Opponent pulls my Sunspot into the sewer system. I will pull their broodlings into the Citadel. Oh, Aldo, I know. I know there's always internet trolls. It's part and parcel of the job, but at the same time, I find it quite hard sometimes. Like, I take a lot of that stuff very personally. So, you know, you get used to it eventually. But some of it still gets to you. I did, Mystical, yeah. Some people just, look, I guess the thing is, it's okay to disagree. Like, a lot of stuff is going to be very, very opinionated. That's going to be fine. You're allowed to have different opinions to me. But, you know, sometimes people want to be very personal and very mean about that. And that kind of sucks. Juggling far too many things here, sorry. So we have to try and beat Surfer here if possible. Which I don't think we necessarily can. We do get to boost our own wave. This would be 369. I can't do math quickly enough. I cannot do math quickly enough. I don't think this does it, but I can't figure it out in time, so I'm just gonna find out. It does not. Yes, Sayonara, you did indeed just play against us. Need to be 20 left. We needed to be 18 left, I think, but Leech last turn was definitely better. Yes, 100%. 100% was the better play. 100% the better play. I am just being a bit silly. Juggling too many things. I'm sorry. I do miss stuff in situations like that. But yes, definitely Leech there. That was very silly of me. Do I know if it'd be possible for me to get information on the cards from Snapzone's database? Savan, unfortunately, I think that's unlikely to happen for security reasons. Thank you, Sayonara. Appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoyed the game. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that too. That means a lot. Wow, Elysium is a weird one for us here. I kind of don't want to Electro now. Might just wave. Might just wave. Yeah, like, we're gonna get some hate. We're gonna get some hate, it's fine. Like, it's... What a lot of you guys don't realise is, like, for the most part, before Snapzone, I was quite a small content creator. So, like, a lot of the chat moving quickly, trying to juggle so many things, and, like, a lot of the really nasty personal abuse that comes with being the face of a channel, they're still kind of new to me, and I'm still kind of figuring those things out. Pretty happy to Leech here. Pretty happy to Leech here. Opponent was Zola. Really interested in getting that body into Sanctum Sanctorium, apparently. I think Surfer Patriot's mostly okay. I think there's a chance the Surfer is slightly overtuned and the buff needs to come down a bit, but I think it's been mostly fine for me so far. That is the wrong card from my hand. We would like to Doctor Doom. Get a body into Sanctum Sanctorium. Yes, if you were playing that final game, definitely Leech on turn 5. That was really silly of me. Yeah, Leech into Doom Odin is definitely the plan here. Ah, Jono, I appreciate that. I'm doing my best. I am doing my best. Think we should be good here. Savan, I'm afraid that is not my job. I wish I could give you information about how that works, but unfortunately, it's not anything I have anything to do with. It's very much the rest of the Snap Zone team, so I can't really help you out with that one, sadly. I wish I could. Sorry. Brooding your first or second shot pass, now you're chasing it around. Oh, that feels bad. It was probably a good pass at the time, admittedly, but obviously not so much now. Many of us have multiple accounts. Maybe it's a good idea to link multiple collections into one Snap Zone account. That actually might be a bit of an issue for us on the back-end side of things. If there's loads of people that have tons and tons of different Snap accounts, maybe that's something I could make happen, but I would have to look into it, I think. What do I do for the website? So, it's a little bit complicated, but essentially I work for the company that owns Marvel Snap Zone. So I am the community manager and the operations manager for .gg, which is the company that run Snap Zone. They run MTGA Zone. We run stuff like Genshin Impact sites like Traveler GG, stuff like that. And essentially, I do some editing of articles, I do some writing articles, I do some of the back-end stuff with helping organize creators, I do a lot of the thumbnails, I do a lot of the graphics, I do a lot of the Discord moderation, and then when it comes to Marvel Snap Zone specifically, I am trying to be the quote-unquote face of the channel. We're out here making content, out here kind of like communicating with the community on a regular basis, you know, that kind of stuff. So, a good mixture of bits and pieces. A bit of a Swiss Army knife, if you like. Let us run out the Leech here on turn 4. I think that's probably pretty good against the opponent's deck. Is the hero hype meter accumulation of all Snap players? I believe it is, yes. I've got a few accounts, Jackson, but only because I'm trying to get them ready for more content, not because I actually play on them in my free time. Kenshin, mid-packed. It's not for everybody. Not for everybody, but some people do really enjoy the game. Thank you, Checkers. I appreciate you. That means a lot. Bricking on the turn 5 here from the icebox is pretty nasty and might very well be game losing. Yeah, Michael, like, I kind of say this to anyone who comes to have a chat, like, my primary goal when it comes to Marvel Snap Zone has always been to put the content first, the community first, and the content later. I'm here mostly to interact with you guys and, like, be a force for good, more than I am anything else. Oh, missing 5 here might just brick us up. There is no way out of this, huh? That icebox was really nasty. Think we're out. Think we're out, unfortunately. All of this should take an awful lot of time. It does. It does take a lot of time. Thank you for the kind words. I really do appreciate it, folks. Do donations go to me? They do not currently. They go to helping the site get better. So if you would like to donate to helping Marvel Snap Zone become a better property, like overall, and help improve the site, please consider donating that way. If you want to donate to me personally, there are no real ways to do that at the moment, but I appreciate it. Rengar, thank you so much. Chat, I need you to do me a favor. Chat, I need another favor from you tonight. We have a lovely person in chat, Rengar Boy just here has just made it to Infinite thanks to watching some Marvel Snap Zone guides. So if you could do me a small favour, please send them your congratulations in chat. I would love to see as many congratulations in chat as humanly possible that Rengar has made it to Infinite. If you fancy doing that for me, that would be fantastic. Just drop a message in there real quick. Let them know that you are happy for them. That would be very, very nice.
Now, what are we, a team? No,
Brand new
we're a
subscriber
company
coming in.
mixture of
Cameron,
links
thank you very
together.
much. Appreciate you.
We're-
Welcome to Marvel
we're a
Snap
pal
Zone.
now.
Oh, Mystical, thank you.
So-
I appreciate that.
This all seems horrible.
Double Down, thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Can you play some games as a refresh with She-Hulk, Deathwave, Aero Leader? I can definitely play a game or two with Bayro to finish off tonight. I'm sure we can do that. So, I am fine to fire off this arrow here, I think. Yeah, get those congratulations in for me, folks. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for sharing the love. It's the way it should be. Pulling that Bucky Barnes is pretty good. I will take that. That one's solid. Alright, so we're gonna go probably just Doom here, actually, to spread ourselves across the board and finish with a big one at the end. Yeah, which deck did you get there with? Definitely curious. It's a cable from the opponent, sure thing. So we should hopefully be able to give this a snap now. And we will look to Magneto, which can pull the Deathlock across if it wants to. Got there with Surfer Miracle, very nice. Very, very nice. Yes, She-Hulk is a fantastic one for sure. No worries, Mystical Being, take care of yourself. Thank you for hanging out tonight, I appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, folks, I guess just because some people were asking about me personally, if you want to catch up with me and you want to support what I'm doing as a content creator, you can find me as HowlingMines wherever you choose to follow people on social media. So, in Discord, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, wherever you like to be. I am HowlingMines everywhere. So if you're particularly interested in not just Snap, but everything that I do, come and say hello sometime. Opponent agrees they are not winning that game, and get out of Dodge. Alright, I tell you what, at popular request of the chat, we'll finish off with a game or two of Bayro, as politely asked for, to cleanse the palate this evening. We haven't played this one yet tonight, and this is what this deck currently looks like. Most people at this point are going to be pretty familiar with how this deck works. It is a destroy-based deck based around Death. Death is a card, of course, that gets cheaper for each and every card you destroy. It is very, very good at doing exactly that. But now, we have more ways of abusing Wave in this deck than we did before. Not just Death as a payoff one way or the other, we get to play She-Hulk as another way to benefit from that effect. Letting Wave let us have some silly, silly turns towards the end of the game if we pass on turn 5, or just play Wave on turn 5 sometimes if we've destroyed 4 or more things. Been loving this deck. It is definitely a top tier contender, and kind of one of the well-known ones at this point in time. So, not going to spend too much time explaining it. We are going to head on over and play some games with this one to finish the night. Forgot about the weekly reset. Oh, oops. That one's pretty nasty. Thomas, thank you very much. Could I suggest a She-Hulk replacement? In the ramp deck, you can play basically whatever top-end piece you want. I think it's pretty replaceable. So we'd like to find Wave here pretty badly. Although, I promise I intend to in the future. Something I'm kind of working on finding the balance is how much content I make for work, how much content I make for me. Because unfortunately, as much as I want to keep growing as an individual content creator, the last thing I want to do sometimes after I finish work is make more content. So sometimes I really struggle to make myself do that, and I'm trying to get back to all kinds of places with some level of consistency. Well, I think I'm snapping now. Okay, opponent's just out of here. That would have been crazy. This is, in your opinion, the best deck in the game. Maybe not the most fun, but close to unbeatable. I think it is quite good. I don't think it's quite as good as you seem to think it is, but I do think it is like a choice that's very much up there. It is very, very strong. Hey, Blobfish. It's going really well, thank you, actually. It's been a lovely night. We've had a great time with the community this evening. It's been nice and busy. Everyone's been super kind, and I really appreciate that. So, I've been having a good time. How are you? Should you pin She-Hulk? Bit of a tough one, without knowing exactly what your collection is like and what you enjoy. But I think the card is quite good. I think it's a good purchase. But again, I am just a man on the internet, so take my opinion with a grain of salt. This is a bit of an aggressive Carnage. I think I'm just going to wait to Killmonger these away. Try and kill off this Human Torch at the same time. Washington, D.C. Well, now I wish... I guess I can Carnage the Nova later. That's fine. So very much looking for Wave here in an ideal world to help us set up our final turns of the game. You're around CL 1200. Richard Jenkins, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Unfortunately, Rengar, again, it's kind of tough for me to be like, yeah, sure, go ahead, because I still don't know what cards you have, which is the tough part, really, unfortunately. I do think it's likely a worthwhile buy. Spencer, thank you for the brand new sub, my friend. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Hello, Mr. T. Is this move deck really that good? I don't think it's actually that good, no. I think it's fine. Okay, we would really like to find Wave here, to be honest. Otherwise, this could get a little sticky. Whoa! Loving your Patriot Ultron deck, even though it can be very boring. It can definitely be very easy to climb, for sure. I'm glad you're loving it, Jonah. That's the important part. Opponent beasts back all their stuff. Very cool. No Wave. Okay, so I think we are just going to go... Yondu Carnage here is the name of the game, and we'll see what the turn 6 play ends up being based on what our opponent does. But this could be a little hard. Yeah, definitely the most important card to draw in this deck is Wave. It enables all your dumb stuff. Opponent with the Serra, okay. So we know there is a load of demons over there, which is definitely a little bit scary. We shred their Heimdall, that's really good to know. So I think Leader is a guaranteed win here. I think Leader is close enough to a guarantee that I'm happy to fire it off. We just do it mid because that means that we're never in a zone that our opponent can't play something in. And I think we should be A-okay. Yeah, basically She-Hulk is quite good in this deck. It obviously plays very, very well with Wave. In many ways. You can do some very silly things, especially if you can use Squirrel Girl's bodies effectively, kill them all off. You can often play like Leader plus She-Hulk plus Death all on the same turn, which is obviously quite crazy. Opponent in the tank on this one. Plays a whole boatload of stuff. Okay, I think we're good. Question, not good. Not good. Huh. Okay. Falcon throwing some spanners in the work there. Didn't think we were going to lose that one, to be honest. Is Magneto not in the Bayro deck? Not currently. For the most part, Leader has kind of replaced it at the moment. Mostly because the card feels a bit egregious right now. Yeah, for sure, Jackson. It's not a super common occurrence, but you do obviously have the ability to do that. Is Leader a must pick? I don't think anything is a must pick, but is it a good card right now? For sure. What even happened there? Really good question. Who knows? Okay, I would like my Bucky Barnes to get punched by my Nova. Yeah, that one was a bit of a mess. I'm not entirely sure what happened or why, but I'm going to trust that the game figured it out. Bucky Barnes becomes the Winter Soldier. Yeah, when Leader gets nerfed, I imagine we just go back to playing Magneto. I would think. Limbo, okay. Turn 7 is good. Can you be surprised even if you know every one of the popular... You certainly can, yeah. People make plays that you don't expect. Sometimes people have unique tech cards for matchups like this. You can definitely get caught off guard. And then sometimes people are just playing unpopular decks that can definitely catch you off guard. So I guess we are just going to be punching the Nova this turn as well. Eat our opponent's blue marble. Sure. Quinjet, which we will almost certainly be killmongering in a moment. Lizard, sure. So Nova gets punched. Nova will die. In a moment when the animation goes through. Can you use something other than She-Hulk in this? You can still play old school style Bayro with Magneto instead of She-Hulk, but this version, you probably still want the Hood in that version instead of playing Squirrel Girl to try and enable all the shenanigans. But yeah, like the versions of this deck that existed before She-Hulk are still very playable. They are just, you know, not quite as renowned as before, maybe. Deathlock is a bit awkward. Opponent with multiple plays this turn. We will hopefully be punching their Lizard. Never mind. Opponent making many, many rocks, which means we will not be punching their Lizard. Space Stone. Okay, so we've got some Thanos shenanigans going on. The rocks have died. Our death is very cheap. Let's do that. Could really use Wave. Wave is a good one. Wave is definitely a good one. I hope for your sake it turns up in your shop very, very soon. Same thing with Arrow for you, Yellow. Hopefully Arrow makes an appearance for you soon. Why don't we play Venom in this deck? For the most part, Deathlock does a better job at being a stat stick, as most of the things you're killing early don't have very large numbers of power. So, not something they're going to be looking to do. Why Squirrel Girl instead of Hood? So now that you have access to playing Death plus She-Hulk plus Leader or Arrow on the last turn thanks to Wave, you want to kill more cards than before to make Death cheaper. So Killmonger Squirrel Girl tends to kill more bodies than the Hood lets you achieve over the course of the game. That is currently why. What are we doing here? I feel like I just want a Leader. Maybe I want a Skyfall. I feel like I just want a Leader. I'm not actually 100% sure here, though. Well, opponent now Shang-Chi's our death, which gives us space at least. Shop kind of pointless until they make tokens more available. I mean, I don't think it's pointless. Again, I understand the criticism, I understand the complaints, but I don't think it's pointless in the simplest way of putting that. So we can just She-Hulk. Where are we putting this? It's just here, right? We She-Hulk Squirrel Girl, I think. Power Stone and the Thanos. Thanos not turned on, unfortunately. Yeah, not going to be enough. Not going to be enough. Very nice. Alright folks, the fatigue is definitely kicking in a little bit, and I am a little bit over what I intended on doing for a stream tonight, so I'm going to call it quits for this evening. But I appreciate you hanging out with us. Thank you very, very much for enjoying the show over here at Marvel Snap Zone. It always means quite a lot when you do so. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. I would love to see you for more content in the future. We're putting out content every single day right now, so hopefully I will see you for some more of that very, very soon. If you only enjoy the live streams, I'm back on Wednesday at 6:30 PM GMT, so hopefully I will see you then. But until next time, I have been HowlingMines, you have been amazing, and this has been Marvel Snap Zone. Take care of yourself, enjoy the rest of your day.